Hello, everyone. Let me just get everything started. And we'll be good. As I wait patiently for Steam to process the trailer. I was supposed to have my Steam page up before the stream, and then I didn't account for them taking like an hour and a half to process like 30 minutes worth of video. Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to do that, and I'm gonna basically just add a thumbnail to something, tell them okay, and there'll be like a 2-day wait before I can have a Steam page. People will be able to wishlist it, which would be awesome. Yeah. Get everything started as well. I also need to create yet another one here. I want to manage one more. Make another stream. I did this last time. That was already there. No, I'm not worried about. So many things to do. I gotta start the vertical stream after the fact, which is weird. And that should be all I need. I think I just hit OK now. I'll figure out a good way to do this eventually. Probably. Maybe. Oh, I suppose I also have to start the chat too. Maybe I should have a starting soon screen or something. That's what for my entire brand is literally consisted of. Pretty much just as casual as it comes. Works for me. Because, you know, if I have to put too much work into doing something, chances are I won't have time to do it. So it's better that I just, you know, work on it as I go. I find.
So just do it! Make your dreams come true!
Ooh. Hey, Master. How's it going? It's okay, the ads are perfect timing, really, because, you know, I'm always setting up the start anyway, so it's not like there's a big necessity to catch the first couple minutes, though I do appreciate you being first. How's your day going, Mosta? Did I tell the Discord that I'm streaming? The one for my shorts version. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I was struggling to get the Steam page up, and I kept waiting and waiting and hoping that Valve would finish converting trailers so that I can actually click OK on the Steam page and then wait 2 days. And finally, I was like, I'm just going to start streaming. It's been saying converting on this video that's like 234 megabytes for like 40 minutes now or something. It's like, I'm so close to having the Steam page up. Sure, it's not the best Steam page in the world. Got a bunch of screenshots, it's got some gameplay going on, got all the descriptions, got all this stuff in there, so it's like passable. I can always make it better. You know how many graphics they want you to design for that? It's stupid. Like, they made me design all the assets for the library. So when your game has already like been purchased, you can do it in the library, except for that you can't buy the game yet. It's a coming soon page. Why do I need graphics for the library? I'm just like, why? What in the world? You can't buy it. Like, what the? Very weird. Like, if I was gonna mark it as, you know, an early access, I could totally see it, but for a coming soon page? Steam do be steaming. It's not sending the video? Looks like it's working. Weird. This one not counted as live? It says 2 viewers waiting. So I'll stop it and then redo it. That'll work. This public says waiting. Huh? It says both are live in the background, and yet this multi-streaming thing is a problem. And figure out why it shows there's video in the background, but when I look at the thing, go to the actual URL, there's nothing. Very strange. This view live in the control room brings up an actual stream. Like so. Oh, no, I can't show? Oh, essentially there's analytics. So it shows it going. then it's when I go to the actual web page, it's like, nope. Just sitting on this. So, huh. Oh, it might not be happening if I can get to work. Worked last time. Huh. Why can't people view it? The worst. Try again. Maybe I just say it doesn't work today. Oh, I guess I have to go live on that. Fair enough, I screwed up. That it? The last bit? Am I stupid? Might be stupid. I mean, I know I'm stupid, but, you know. I might be more stupid than usual on this one. Yep, I'm just more stupid than usual, looks like. Good job, me. I'll figure it out so I don't mess it up over and over. Alright. That should hopefully get the job done. Now I can finally put the link up to the stream and then I can actually work. I will streamline this process eventually. Like I said, I was so busy worried about my Steam page I didn't bother with the rest of this crap because... you know... I really want to have that up. It's just one of those things where the longer you mess with it, the more you're just like, yeah, just get it done. At first, I was like, all worried about it, trying to get it perfect. And by the end, I'm just like, I don't care. Just do it. I don't care at all. It was bad. I mean, I was just taking shortcuts. I'm just like, there's so much they want done. What a nightmare. Even the bare minimum is a nightmare. It's wild. And does it too, perfect. And then I just need to kick, and I can begin. Not gonna lie, kick is gonna be a long road. Why did I delete that? It's so bad. Okay. That should cover it. I deleted the other message by accident because the thing on Kick where you would normally click to set something is like into the top is actually where the delete is. So everyone else does it one way and then Kick's like, nah. You're like, great, thanks Kick. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Neat. Wonderful. The best. Spoiler, it was not the best. It was in fact the worst. I'm just lying outright, in case you weren't certain. One last thing to do. To serve the YouTube gods. Okay. Now that all that dumb crap is done, still converting that thing on this. Whatever, fine, I don't care. Just don't care. At first I cared, but now I just don't. Whatever. I'll do it when it does it. Okay, so. Over the weekend, I did some work on making a mini map because I had to just spend a lot of time looking up math and things like that. It was like 6 hours of me looking things up. I didn't understand what was truly how it would work, and now I do. And it works, but it was rough. But I also learned a better way to do my regular maps. Probably gonna work on fixing that, make it better than it was, because the other method was fine, but required me to duplicate code a lot, which is always the wrong method. I knew it was the wrong method when I was doing it, but I couldn't think of a better way to do it, so I just kind of went with what I had. And now that I have a better way, I mean, you know, gotta do it. Also, hopefully it'll fix some problems. Where are you, minimap? Here. Your minimap. Like the HUD is the last thing. Basically, now I have a HUD up in the corner here. Demonstrate it. That how to mean little mini map. Unfortunately, it's not working off the exact same ones as the others, so I'm gonna probably need to do some updating to make certain that it does work off the same as the other ones, because I don't want to have to input that information twice. You know. As you can see, it shows around there. The red represents outside of the building, of course. Once you get to a low level, it moves to the other one. Move around a whole bunch on it. Rooms are pretty big. As you can see, it works great. Fly up here to get the other map going. There's a brief second where it switches between the two, now I'm back to the map. So, this is actually on the 4th floor still. It's actually technically low because of the way the cubes are set up, but yeah, you get an idea of how it's going. Seems to work reasonably well. With a couple little caveats, such as if you go into the HUD and then come back out, it has to take a second to reset. Basically, whenever you hit one of the things, it resets, which is not good. If I open this menu, it does the same. As long as you cross a thing, it's fine, but the second you don't cross one, or just automatically do it. I'm not moving, and then... Okay, so it does do it, it just takes a moment to get its act together. Okay, so that's not as bad as I thought, so that's good to know. I also need to readjust my, my HUD. I might actually make it that the swirls just switch between light and dark in both the upper right corner and the lower right, left corner, and then I just get rid of the whole thing where it says darkness and light, because I don't think that's necessary if the HUD just, like, you know, changes color. Which you're in, I mean, I think they can figure it out that maybe, just maybe, that's good enough. And if they can't, well, I don't really know what to say if they're that stupid. I mean, like, there's a certain level of competency I demand of people. I mean, I'll tell them this is how it works. If they can't figure it out after that, I really don't know what to say anymore. Like, cool, I guess, but not that cool. This I'll probably just remove the selected ability thing, the stuff behind it, these backgrounds. They seem unnecessary when the other one's already coded and can just be duplicated. Let's add a new scene. Sorry, canvas. I believe you can just add a million canvases to things and it works perfect. You don't have to do anything special. You just add canvas after canvas. And yeah, life is better that way. I used to put everything in widgets. Now I don't really do that as much. I mean, I still do, but it does feel a little unnecessary. Can't duplicate them all at once, huh? I see. Yeah, I really just realized there's things that need to be improved. And so, that is what I am doing. But the old way was bad, and the new way is good. It feels all stiff as usual. It be what it be. Honestly, 1-1 sprite makes them, no. Maybe like 0 and maybe 0-0 is, no. 0-1's probably the best for this corner. Should be non-clickable, right? It's not hit testable as is. keep wanting to shrink the interface a lot. Of course, this one's in the lower right corner. I guess I can switch which view while I'm working on this. I do have a different scene now, so if you're working on that, I can do this, and now you can see me working on stuff. Well, you could see that anyway. It didn't matter. For some reason, I thought the stuff I was working on was in the lower left screen, but no, it's not. It's right here. I got nothing, okay? It made sense to me at first. Oh. Got the alpha visible. I'll put him behind the stats in a second. Can make all the stat text change too, so everything changes to dark and light. Might be hard to see the stats though. True. Wasn't that kind of pretty? It's possible I want to move these away from the thing a little bit so that they're more towards the middle of the screen. When I was trying to do video, I realized I'd have to crop it a lot, and when I cropped it, I would have to, I would lose out on some of the information. So, kind of makes no sense to continuously do that, you know? I need to resize that, I suppose. Do that. How's that look? Can I get rid of the words too? This is never set by this. I don't even know why this exists. Get location name text. Oh wait, never mind. That's actually what I want. It's not that I should get rid of. It's this isn't referenced by anything. I guess it is, but it's referenced by the regular graph. Oh, there's some little parasite over in the chat over there, huh? Fantastic. Kick exists so I can ban people and feel better about myself. Hey man, like I said, if you gotta pay people to watch you, just quit streaming. That simple, yeah? Like, clearly what you're doing sucks. And I gotta admit that, you know, I'm not like the most popular streamer in the world, but I also don't get paid very much to stream too. So, you know, you're probably not making the money back anyway. Seems unlikely. Oh. Sure. I didn't select the category, I'm done. This Steam finally figured itself out, so let me finish that real quick. Fantastic. I really just want to hit yes on that, just so they do anything. I'm so tired of messing with it. Such a pain. Holy crap. I feel like my taxes were easier than doing the Steam page. Actually, I'm 100% certain my taxes are not easy. It's whenever you're running your own business, your taxes are not easy. Make certain they're actually both up. Good. Finally been submitted. I can't show you the page. You literally have to sign an NDA, so you're not supposed to show off any of the back. Plus, there's plenty of personal information on it, but all I have to say is oh, it was 3 to 5 days. I thought it would, they said a couple days in their thing, but when you submit, it's 3 to 5. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, the Steam page has been submitted. Jump for joy. Oh my god, that was an awful weekend. Oh well. Would have been better if I had known in advance. I was doing like crap, but I didn't. I'm just going to go ahead and remove these from the thing. I'm not going to delete them yet. I'll just make them invisible for the moment. I might want to move them somewhere else in the thing for that matter. But I think having the whole interface change color when you're in the darkness is probably a better indicator than having to look in the upper right corner for a word. Hidden can probably be okay. Like, so I might put like a weird little, like, you know, a little thief mask or something like that for hidden or something. Maybe like a little thing down here or something. Because this is a map. I don't really want the indicators for anything of any stats to be up here for the most part. Because it makes very little sense that that's there. Like, it tells you where you're at and shows you like items, but this is a map and location system. Why in the world is it telling you? I mean, I guess light and dark is kind of reflective of where you are. Hidden, I guess. I don't know. Like, I kind of wanted my stats to be near each other. But that's okay. Hide that. They're already both hidden. Okay, those are there. I'm gonna change the alpha on these to 0. As their alpha gets knocked up to 1 when they animated. And it swaps the other, so I guess it would technically just do it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Never mind. Does not do that. No, well, I thought it did. Just set them to hidden or not. Probably this in the corner too. I could put a giant thing behind the stats. Those aren't changing, so I duplicated, but what I forgot to do was actually add code. It doesn't duplicate the code because I didn't have a... I don't have anything bound to it, it's just setting it here. Today's been a long day. Had to go get like a blood test. Actually, I went to get it yesterday, and then they closed the thingy. Like, the doctor took so long, they closed it 3 minutes after he hit the doctor was like, yeah, go get your blood test. I was like, 3 minutes, you say. And he didn't do anything. He just literally said, oh, yeah, okay, I'll order the blood test. Which it doesn't seem... Like, I was there for an hour and 15 minutes to get that. I was like, this should have been easy. The actual receptionist told me I didn't even need to visit a doctor. I could just get the test. And I was like, okay, cool. Got there? Not true. Not true at all. So I had to go back. And I was like, well, I'll just stay awake and go, because if I friggin' go home and sleep, then I'm probably not getting up in time until maybe next week or something. So I'll just get it done now. And so I was there until 9 in the morning, going neat. So much fun. In a way, it's kind of better. There's so many mechanics in this game. Trying to find the right setup for everything is going to be quite the challenge. But now you have an indicator on both sides, so that should be more than acceptable. Which you probably can't see that because I'm testing it with my face in the way. My face over there. Since I'm currently working on it, so you can see it in the corner behind the little selected ability, which I realized wasn't really visible very often for a lot of streams. You can see it swap, and swap pick an ability. Now it's visible. Also, I'm stuck on something? What in the world happened there? I have no idea. Some geometry bug, I guess. I think it's better than having the words. I don't like a lot of words. I prefer colors and things on my screen. Like, there's some words you need, but I think having a laundry list of words in the upper right corner is bizarre. The hidden mechanic is still, well, awkward in its placement. I also wonder if the location name and all that should just be moved up too. Because, well, actually I should move the whole thing over here. This room canvas thing, it needs to be like off to the center here a bit. Actually, I could put it up higher. That's probably a little better, and then I move this mini-map down. Okay, well, don't do that. That's awkward. Okay, well, you see, I want you to move the minimap retainer. Whatever. Get off there. I'm gonna move this up higher here. Put the name like right here. And move all that map crap on there. Actually, to be fair, this should probably be moved down anyway. Nice. Oh, that's right. Never do that. Never do that. I'll have to edit the code if I do that. Now it feels awkwardly low. I guess it should be higher up. I could move both near the top instead of having anything at the bottom. I wonder if that'd be better. A lot goes on at the bottom. I guess not much goes up high on the top either. It's mostly at the I guess at the bottom where she's fighting a lot and jumping on things is probably more logical than blocking everything off. Kind of playing around with stuff, don't mind me. That's why anyone's here, right? To see me playing around with stuff. At any point that's not what I'm doing, I should be doing that. What are these are up here? It's almost like she has too many stats. I'd probably move the super one down too if I did that. I'd rather have the other three higher up because the super one doesn't appear very often. So I want it to be kind of like the least visible one of the lot, I guess. I don't know. I'd want to move all the others up first. And super appears over here. Kind of separate from the others, I suppose. As a bonus, that means I'm not blocking the thing anymore, so I don't gotta keep switching the things either. If I like it better. It's all with like Symphony of the Night, oh, sorry, with Bloodstained and like Symphony of the Night and those kinds of games where they do it in the, up there in that order. Or either side of the top tells you if you're in the light or dark. That's not terrible. The giant indicator behind the thing is pretty obvious that the color shift on it. I guess if you're colorblind, this is a problem. I suppose I didn't think about that. Like if you're just straight up colorblind. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna ruin my interface just before, you know, colorblind people for certain, but right. But the real question is does it help everybody else for the words or not? It's pretty obvious that you can see the color change. I mean, I'm assuming colorblind people can see a change in shade. Because I know, like, depending upon the color blindness you have, there's certain colors you can see, and everything appears different, just not the color that's supposed to be. So maybe they could see that. I don't know. I'm just checking that indicator, but it seems like it's fine. The map needs to be above the other indicator because that's just blocking part of the map. And that's weird. Maybe I like that better. I just took a bunch of screenshots. Now I move everything around. Well, I suppose it's valuable to know the room you're in. I mean, like, it's not said too many places. Oh, it is said on the map menu, I guess. It is said right there. Map system getting a little more robust as I go. Well, interface stuff has to be changed too all the time. That can be pushed up some. This hidden thingy could be put somewhere too, for that matter, if I want. It's possible I extend that whole thing behind the map, then the map just has a giant thing on it too. Is that better? Might get kind of obnoxious having it everywhere. I mean, you have an indicator right there for what it is. I'm tempted to make every single thing change though with the with like being dark or light. Just like a whole interface shift. I'll have to do that for all the stat ones individually though, instead of picking their color like I've been doing. So the actual portal thingies would have to have a different color setup. Because right now they're based entirely upon the color of the stat. Basically whatever color of the text I pick. And that is more colorful and easier to see, I suppose. How is that still blocking the map? Supposed to be like negative 25. I'll set the map farther up with the words below it than the other way around, than above it. about the hidden text at all. Seems like it should be over here. I have a lot of words everywhere, but not a lot of graphics for things I'm discovering. It's displaying the YouTube thingies, right? Yeah. Maybe that is better, because, you know, the lower section is where a lot of the fighting is. Originally, I thought it didn't matter so much. But enemies do attack from behind and everything like that, so it is kind of important. And then being up on top doesn't happen so much. It's kind of like more wasted space. I would like I think the map on top of the name, though. I don't think I like it where it's at. Really just comes down to if I think the words are necessary or not. Maybe. I don't hate it. One thing I wonder if I should stylize this a little bit here. One thing I could do is I could move them out in a more of an angled setup like this. Okay, well, it's kind of weird to just move a little better than that, but sure. And so I put this at 180. Oops. Maybe that. Oops. Way up there if I was gonna have it. I am tempted to use just, well, I still gotta have a name indicator no matter what, so it's weird not to have a name indicator. Not far off. Gonna improve the style of the game a little bit, maybe. Maybe them being angled is better, though I do need to move the little indicator at that point for the thing, so maybe move all over the side. Just straight up and down is so boring. It's also possible I just want like a little simple name thing underneath there and not like some sort of swirling thing, and I just have the upper left corner be where the swirls are. But no, having an option on both sides isn't terrible. Yeah, I think I like that better. I don't know about the image size is probably fine for what it is. I did shrink them down ages ago. They used to be much bigger, but at some point, I mean, you're literally equipping them from here, so you can kind of see what they are. They could be slightly even bigger than this one, though. It might be hard to see sometimes. I hit all the text for what they do. I might have a secondary thing that explains which one's which or something in the menu, because I don't think it's that necessary to have full-on text about everything while you're you know, basically hot swapping between them. That's kind of weird, just in my mind. Oops. Move it over here, I guess. Maybe center it a bit. I really do think the whole thing should probably go over if I do that though. Seems like it's really far over for no reason. Oh, you know what? I should make her to the top anyway. So should this. Maybe the boss health bar is kind of weird. No, this needs to be matched up with those. There's just no world where it wouldn't make any sense that it's anything else. I expect to see this lined up basically along with the top of that, and when they're not, it just seems so weird to me. Like I said, this fourth stat's invisible unless you're in the middle of a super, so it's not like a big deal. Even then, that'll probably get changed to its own special type of indicator. A little better, seems a little high. Could also be farther over towards the cards for that matter. Or towards things. Could also be turned at an angle too. I wonder if that would look better. Interesting question, really. There's a rotate option, right? I thought there was. Not really. Oh, there is. Okay. I was like, there has to be. Best thing about the swirls, it makes it look good no matter what I do. As far as, like, the swirl looks good. Steam's like, we received it, sucker. I do think I like it better at an angle, but I do not like the positioning yet. I think the positioning is weird. Gotta have a little style. I mean, our game's got lots of style and everything but the interface, which is... Oh no, it has to be higher by far. It's just too low. That's because I aligned it with this stat. And that it's not even there most of the time, so it looks terrible. Probably shouldn't be any higher than those. It should probably be zoomed in like this or something, maybe. Rough guess. One screws me up. That's probably actually a lot better. And they're back streaming on the other side too. Yeah. Matches a little bit better. Some games have a picture of the character in the corner. I wonder if that's... if a picture of Poppet would make sense or not. I don't know about that though. It seems kind of unnecessary. Also, I need to animate it moving in too whenever you swap them. The other option is to move the whole thing over. Something like that, maybe. Just where did I put the hidden thing? I should put all that on canvas, but I have to literally reprogram the whole mini map to work on one more layer if I do that. That is a pain I do not wish to do. That would look better. These could also change color with the thing like that, but curious. Hey, no one watching on Twitch tonight. Wow. Everyone watching on YouTube. Do I like it better with the black around it? Maybe. A little more shadowed, I guess, as opposed to the red, which just blends in so much I can't even really tell. Why is the red that same awful material? Hmm. Gotta play with the HUDs. Thought the materials, yeah, the materials have the same thing too. This doesn't up there. What am I missing here? Something is, not what it was expected. I think I move myself back over to the side. Oh, may be used. Hmm. Good question. How did I achieve that? That has it, but there's no option in here to change anything of the sort. You can just set a fill color, which is not a material, which is what you want. Oh, style up here. Ah. Guess I should have scrolled up. Bit better. Oh, the black on it's that great. Hmm. Don't do that. You want to just outright change the color. That's horrible. I remain unconvinced that's even all that good. Alright, it's better along the top. I'm in agreement on that. It's just a question of like minor little changes. The room thing, the hidden thing. Whether or not I should say darkness and light on there. I don't know if I care about the darkness and light, but at the same time, it is a very clear indicator. Then again, I think a color shift is a pretty clear indicator too. And if everything were to shift color, that would be an even more clear indicator, right? But that would also make things kind of homogenized and weird looking, so maybe the indicator should just be in a certain area. Like if I have to change the whole interface, is that really better than just having, you know, the words written over somewhere, you know? It's like, oh, turn the darkness now, oh, turn the light now. I could also, instead of having swirly things behind the thing, well, I guess I want swirlies for to indicate, right? I was gonna say, I could actually just have a little box section where the name appears underneath it and not have a swirly. You could have a swirly behind the whole map too, for that matter too, a big swirl. Ooh, I could do this. I guess to be fair, everything can be part of the map except for... Alright, let's grab these two. Like all of this can be part of this map. Oops. I can move that around just fine. It's just the only thing I can't move around is the other thing. It can't be inside this. Could also duplicate this gray one here. I should kind of maintain what it had with the other one. It'd be so much easier if it did. Just keep all the same numbers, but it doesn't for some reason. It's weird. So you can put it above or below with a name on it. And the red on top of it. Let's make this an even number so I can find it. Oh, I see. Well, that's because you're not actually inside the thingy. So obviously it's not going to do what I want. I also read it right underneath too. Extra information I don't want to try to find a place for. Yeah. Hmm. The bloodstain method was simply to have the simplest map thing around it possible. They don't need a room name though. It doesn't matter to them. There's an argument that I don't need the room name either on there. True. I do need a darkness and light indicator, they didn't. And I have additional stats they don't. But aping the, you know, the genre is never terrible. And simple interface is usually the best interfaces because you don't really want things covering your game. Their map was a lot wider than mine, but their game's also a lot wider than mine. And my game is a building, so it's very, very close to a square. And theirs is very just because it's not a building. It might as well be like an open world, so that's worth noting. I guess the question is, how pertinent is certain information? Like, how pertinent is the location name? Really? I mean, you have a map you can go to now, so you can just open up and it'll tell you the location name. The most pertinent information is, are you in the darkness or in the light? And do you count as being hidden? The room you're in is kind of irrelevant. Like, it doesn't super matter. which room you're hiding in at the moment, because, you know. So what? Because that one named rooms too, but only you really know on the map did it actually say the name of it. Otherwise, it's like, cool, but oh, what? Why would you do this? So I could just go with a simple thing in the corner and not have any additional anything and not have this extra stuff here. Move the hidden off of this to maybe even over by here. I don't know where it would go on that, but keep arguing with myself here. So I could put it above and then move the retainer map down. And then put like red behind this, get rid of the swirls. Of course, then that makes the map kind of like... Up until now, that's been the indicator that you're in the darkness, but I guess you have a giant indicator over here near your stats, right? And you would think that that would matter for your stats. But the other one is technically the light and darkness are a location in a way. I mean, they are, sorta. It's kind of a thing. But do I need extra indicators? Do I need it? Or would I just prefer to have nothing there and just have a map? And buy more retail for retail space for my not retail space, like screen space for the game, right? It's kind of what I'm thinking. Is to, I just don't think I need all this crap, to be 100% honest. You could make an argument that the only thing I actually need is this map retainer and everything else is stupid. Like, I could just put this somewhere and it would literally be a thing. But I guess the thing is there'd be nothing showing. The only reason there's like a red showing around the outside is because there's no map there. The map retainer would show whatever was behind, so eventually it would just be nothing. So I do need something behind it. I don't like this. I think that's just weird. The box up there does not make sense to me much. I think I like it better without a box if I'm gonna have it at all. I don't think I need this light and darkness text. I think color coding things should be more than acceptable to get the job done. I just can't see any world that this text is that great. Like I said, I'm just covering the screen with too much crap. I want you playing the game and looking at the game, and I only want pertinent information there, and I can, since I literally have a map now that can hold everything, I kind of think the lines aren't pertinent. Hidden matters when Charlotte's around. That does matter. There's got to be a better way to indicate it than that, though. Nice, delete these outright. Put it over the center of the card, I guess. I mean, you know what the card is, so that would actually be not a bad location. Takes the least amount of real estate. So it just comes down to location, name, and the map itself. Because I kind of want to have all of it in an easy location. Getting this to center is like the hardest thing ever for some reason. It's probably because the red's not that centered. It's not the actual image problem. I'm half tempted to get rid of the location name. That is true. Nope. 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 Schlag. Oh yeah, we're a rare breed. The Unity devs. I don't know. Oh, sorry, the Unreal devs. I don't know why. I mean, like you can do such incredible things with it. It seems kind of weird that it's not so used, but when I'm playing with HUD stuff, because you know HUD stuff. But yeah, every time I go to raid people, it's just like near impossible to find anybody who's doing UE. And that's just weird. Yeah, I've been playing with the interface for a while here. It's I like this double music going. Kind of a fine art, I guess, honestly. I'm trying to avoid the least not adding too much information on here. If I need to show the player that they're in the darkness or the light, I need to show if the player's hidden. I have a mini map that I recently made that needs some work because it's got bugs. Show which tarot card they're using, show their stats. Surprising amount of crap needs to be seen. But hey, you know, it's getting there. Why am I standing by a light that's not even on yet? Stupid. Aha! Face abilities you wouldn't normally see. So I shouldn't have them, but I'm cheating anyway. Yeah, I think that they use Unity just because they want a vibe code. I really think that's what it is. It's easier to vibe code in Unity. Well, I guess you could use C++ in UE5 and you could vibe code that way. It's pretty effective against them, actually. Sorta. I kind of feel like when this weapon swings, it should leak blood everywhere instead. Like maybe that should be the particle it's on. Instead of a swing particle, it should also have blood or something. Kind of cool. The red swing particles sort of neat. Health bar keeps vanishing though. Until you hit him again, but it's like there's some sort of thing updating saying, hey, you know, you haven't hit him in a while, therefore he must be dead. That can't be right though. That's weird. Maybe I should get all well, I don't want to get all actors with tag for it. That's a lot. Very heavy for a bar like that that's up all the time. I wasn't paying attention. Fair enough. I'm not sure why I'm even like hitting him upside the head with things anyway. I'm not testing him at the moment. I'm just debating on if these location names in the map thing should be moved around or not, if I like them as they are. And how valuable a location name is. I mean, the coloring behind it also says if you're in the light or dark, but so does this now too. And this is a much larger indicator near your stats. This doesn't say anything, neither do those, but it's just a question of location name versus not. I'm kind of leaning towards not. I think that the longer I do this, the more I just don't see the point of it. Do you need to know the location you're in every 5 seconds? Is that necessary? I don't think so. I guess if you're looking for something in particular, it'll be. Oh, I'm playing around with the interface. I have a mini map now that works. Red being outside of the building, and you know, she moves around the little indicator like that, showing where she's at. I haven't bothered to put the items and things in, but it does actually let me color code it and show if there's an item in that square. So this way you know. Plus there's a menu system too, so you can see where she's at there, and it shows she's on the 4th floor. I haven't bothered to put these in yet, things like that. This does tell you which room you're in, and the total map percentage in the game, and the percentage of each level you completed. So it's getting there. But as I change the map system, I'm changing the interface on there because it's like, well, before there was no way to tell which room you were in because there was no dedicated map. Now there is, so now I'm arguing with myself. It's like, hey, do I even need to have that map in the upper, or have that name in the upper corner, which room you're in? Is that necessary? I mean, I don't think so. I don't really care which room I'm in most of the time. One, because I know the names of the room. Two, like I say, if you really cared that much, you could just hit M, look at the map, go, I'm in that room, and then go back to the map. So... Plus, there was an indicator behind it for if you were in the light or dark, but I moved that, put an indicator behind the tarot card over there too, which I put at an angle now. So... that already says if you're in the light or dark. I guess I can keep both, but... I'm just arguing with myself if I think it's necessary if I want to waste the screen space or not on it. I can also make the map slightly bigger too, just so you can see a little more. Switching floors has a bit of place there. Hey, Lepus. Yeah, mini map. Okay, making my own floor and walls. A little confused now. What are you confused about? Yeah, I think it's not necessary either. So it's just like aesthetics versus not. Do I make the map bigger? What am I doing? I moved the stats to the upper left corner. Start angling them a bit so they're a little more. Tilting the tarot card I kind of like. I'm not sure if I like it better or worse, but well, I think it's pretty decent. I could make it bigger. That's true. It would just be a question of if I want any of these or not available. I think those are on that animation, aren't they? If I'm smart, I'll swap these two out so then I can just animate them moving in and out instead of the other ones, which are not set to animate moving out, and I don't really want to necessarily swap things around coding-wise if I don't have to. Probably easier to move them. If I'm going to get rid of it, unless I want to put the indicator behind the entire map. That's another option. I could take these indicators and make them larger and put them behind, like, around the map too. But they could just be visible. Maybe not that visible, but... like maybe 260. Got this here. Yeah, you can just drag a shape right into the world if you want. I usually use geometry brushes myself because you can make it so that they, well, first off, you can cut holes in them. And second of all, you can also adjust the meshes on them so that they are more, that they're correct and not stretched, right? Like I just drag a geometry brush on there and now I have a floor. Grab myself a random mesh. Not mesh, random material. Go to my favorite collection of materials, not those. These ones here. Good old Victorian house and its perfect materials for tiling. They literally say tiling. Drag it onto here. And with that shape selected, you can actually, you know, well, click aside there. You can actually change these. So say like I want it 10 by 10. And then, you know, you can fix it so it's like perfect as opposed to the others. You can, of course, just drag out any kind of, you know, shape you want. Cube, sphere, cylinder, these will all work. But again, with those, you can't change how the material displays on it. The downside of these, though, like they have a real upside in that you can, let's say I duplicate this one. I'm gonna change its shape a bit. Like this. I'll make it taller too for a matter. And then if I make it a subtractive version, you'll see that it cuts a hole in there. So you can make holes like that, and I can also do all these shapes with whatever material I want as well. But once you do that, you have to actually select all the boxes you want and then turn them into a static mesh. And then they'll be a static mesh, because if you leave them like this, they're terrible for performance. And once it's a static mesh, you'll have to add your own collision. Which, if you don't know how to do that, I can show you how that's done. I usually do the down and dirty way if it's going to be, you know, something like that, of use complex as simple collision, but you can also just try to have the auto convex it. If it's a simple shape already, you can just automatically add that shape in the thing. Yeah, you'll want to turn it to static mesh. Just select all the ones you want. And it's going to be, the last one has priority, so if you make a bunch of them and put them together, then whichever one you put last, like, if there's a subtractive last, that one beats out all the positives. If there's a positive last, it'll beat all the subtractives. So you'll have to do that. And as you can see, you can put whatever thing you want on each of these. And I'll probably want to adjust it to something else. So, you know, it says here, right now it's 11 by that, but I mean, I can make it, oh, there you go, 11 by 11 is easy. So you want to do that. You can also click aside and then click geometry, select all adjacent surfaces, and you basically get all the surfaces, and then you can change them all at the same time. Might take a second because I have so many on the map. Actually, I don't have that many on this map. This map should be almost devoid of them. My map has 116 of them. I'm not going to look forward to that. Don't go too fast now. My project's gotten slow doing this for some reason. Sure thing. I clicked off it. Nice. Yeah, then with all these, you can actually just, you know, it'll display all the materials. You can just select them all at once. And let's say I want to put bricks on them, and now they're all bricks. Not this box. I didn't select that box. I selected this box, as you can see. Probably easier to see in the light, wouldn't it? Oh, that's right. I forgot how this works. There's a bug that prevents me from doing what I was about to do there. So you can see now it has all those. And this is actually how I've made this entire building, by the way. Like, everything you see in this building that isn't like, you know, some sort of detailed thing was made by geometry brushes. I also made these hollow pipes with geometry brushes too. Because it turns out no steampunk thingy came with hollow pipes. Every one of them was, you know, filled in. I'm like, does nobody want to crawl through the pipes as a tiny doll? Am I the only weirdo out there? That's probably true. Yeah, turning to static mesh is better performance. Static meshes are always the best performance thing. You basically want everything to be a static mesh. You don't want splines either. So if you have splines, you want to convert those over to static meshes as well with the merge actor. So I could see if I can find a spline real fast. I'll get rid of these. I don't need them anymore. You really don't want to leave these around if you can avoid it. I don't know if I have any splines on this map or not, but I can... Oh, let's go to a different map where I know I have splines. The second map is loaded down with them. This map is pretty clean. Like, I've been optimizing it pretty well. But the first map is not clean. But the second map is not clean at all. It's a mess. It'll get there eventually, but you know. I wanted to make a map And now I'm changing my interface to fix, you know, with now that information is available somewhere else. Yeah, this is probably the optimization. I need to make an optimization video, and now that I have all the Steam stuff done, I submitted it during the stream, by the way. The Steam page. It took they wanted me to. I gave them a couple little trailers. There's just a few minutes of gameplay, honestly. Nothing special, but it took them like 45 minutes to process like 2.5 minutes of video. It was like stupid. But yeah, like those are not splines either. I have splines somewhere. I swear I do. I can't have optimized everything. I'm not that good. Yeah, see like this here with like it's spline. The problem with this is it's drawing like this is one draw call. Between each of these spline points is a draw call, right? And that sucks. Like that's really bad for performance. Like every time you see this thing, it's, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 draw calls. Which what you can do is you can go up here and go to merge actors, right? And convert the whole thing into a static mesh, and then it's one draw call. Now, it's still going to load the same amount of information. It's just to do that amount of information, it doesn't have to request 5 times over for it. It requests it once. And that's why it's faster. So this is not a free roll. You don't save memory. What you save is processing time. The Victorian House Asset Pack? Oh my gosh. The one they gave away for free at one point is the single greatest thing in the world. I swear I built so much in my system on this beautiful, beautiful thing. Let me find it. I swear by this one. I don't think it's cheap since you just missed the sale. That's really unfortunate. You missed the sale by like 1 day. But let me find it. This glorious thing is like the best. It even comes with some things to make it look stylized. They're not stylized, but you can make it look stylized if you want. I can probably just load up the map and run around this map. It's not cheap. I know it's not cheap. It might have been cheap on sale, but you have to wait for the next sale. Right now, it's like, oh yeah, it would have totally been cheap on sale. Because right now it's like $100. It was probably like 30 bucks or something when it was on sale like a day ago. Maybe 50. Like, so I'd wait for the next sale on it. And it has like 500 plus meshes. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, 550. One day Epic gave me this for free. I was a free for the month. I was like, from that point on, I was jumping for joy. So that's definitely a fan favorite. Also fan favorite. Let me see if I can find the other ones I really like. You only want Victorian, right? Not steampunk? He'll be here for free, maybe. I actually paid for this one, but then they later gave it away for free. Sika Mansion is really cool. I don't like it as much as Victorian House because the stuff is not as modular as Victorian House, but you can see it's pretty sweet what it's got going. So a lot of my game uses Sika Mansion as well. They didn't give me this. I bought this one a month later. They gave it for free. I was so sad. I was like, I paid like $40. And they're like, here you go. And I'm like, that's when I learned the error of my ways. But yeah, this one was also a lot cheaper if memory serves. I mean, I bought it for like 40, I think, at the time. That was some time back. But let me find a browser that doesn't have... I'm not logged into Fab. Oh yeah, it's like 50 not on sale, which means it's dirt cheap on sale. It'd be like $20-$30 by comparison. Yeah, I mean it's got 84 ratings and 4.7. It's not bad. If you want, I can load these up and just run around the map. If you really want to see what the maps look like. I have Abandoned Horror Mansion. I don't use this one. I don't think it's very good, so I'm not sure why I'm even looking at it, but I do have another mansion. This one doesn't look as nice. I don't like that one. What else I got for Victorian stuff? I have this one. It's okay. Doesn't come with many assets I want. Laertes makes some neat stuff, but the thing I don't like about their stuff is, like, say these drawers don't go in and out. Like, this is one static mesh as it is, so they're very optimized for how they look. You just can't interact with them very well. So this desk won't move in and out. You can't spin that. For normal people, that's probably fine and probably ideal, but for someone like me, I want this stuff to be interactable, so it kind of sucks. These are all separate for the boxes, that's true. So, getting piles of books is really easy. I have a million churches too, some of them Victorian, some of them not. If you want to look at churches. But honestly, I think that Victorian House, Sika Mansion, and, well, if you're looking for the exterior one, there's that steampunk one, but Laertes has some really good Victorian stuff too. Oh yeah. I mean, I've been given a lot of them too, so. I've been eyeing this steampunk one here, but they have some other Victorian ones that were really good. Thing is, though, at some point I don't need anymore, so I haven't bothered. I think I even have this one, I just don't have it on here. I bet I can go grab it and put it on here if I really care. Where is it? Because they're pretty known for their pretty environments. I have a underwear sunken ship too. I don't know why it's not listed as being here, because I have it. I guess I just didn't add it. I can't remember what they were called. They have so much crap. So much crap. These people are great because you just get their stuff off of Humble Bundle. You never directly buy anything they make. Just always, they have Humble Bundles all the friggin' time. And you just buy their Humble Bundle and you get, like, everything. Heck, half the time I give people stuff from the Humble Bundle because I already have it. I was looking at this. This isn't Victorian, though. This is, like 1900s, so. It would have been kind of cool, though, because I was going a little later date, but probably not good for you. But I don't know. I would definitely go Victorian House. It's the best one by far. And Sika Mansion is clearly the second best. I don't remember what the other one's called. Hey, Curious Wendy. What kind of game am I developing? I will go back and show. I'm doing a 3D Metroidvania that's inspired by stuff like Alice Madness Returns and Little Nightmares, and basically any creepypasta you've ever seen about dolls. Not really a horror game. More macabre, really. So it'd be like more like a Coraline feel or anything Tim Burton ever made. I've tossed some stuff up on itch.io. They were dopey things that weren't really designed to be much of anything particularly interesting. I mean, when you don't care about something, you put it on itch, right? When in doubt, put it on itch. Sadly accurate. I'll give the generic tour. I'm playing with the interface right now to make it better. Anyway, this is Poppet. You're playing as woman who's killed and her soul is stuffed into a doll. This would be the main character. He's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. It's kind of like a theme park in a building where all the toys come to life at night and try to kill each other. So it's a lot like It's a Small World, basically. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is kind of what powers all of your abilities and brings all the toys to life. If your sanity ever hits 0, you lose because the curse takes you over. And this is the insanity effect, so you can see that your sanity is going down. If you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but you gain no curse powers, so you gotta kind of balance the two, right? I'm almost playing at least one more game, or for the last 3 months. Your first game, kind of nervous? No, well, that's exciting. Let's use tarot cards for abilities. Hey Dragonborn, how's it going? Yeah, as far as game releases go, I just made the Steam page for this, or I just submitted it. And it's got, you know, it's not the most professional one yet. I just want it up so I can collect wish lists because the game's not coming out for another 15 months anyway. But, wow, that's a tedious amount of stuff that are going on there for those. Oh, thanks. The game's called Poppet Quest. It's a 3D Metroidvania making. Yeah, this is the Magician tarot card. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up small objects and throw them. Even hurt things with it. Well, I disabled this. Eventually we'll pick these up too, but there's a bug with it, so I disabled them temporarily. But I can break them. Aha! No, it's a Metroidvania, so having followers would be kind of challenging because you got to do a lot of platforming and puzzle solving with these things, with abilities. And getting followers to also do this would be tough. Like, it's possible, but the amount of work required would be really, really high. The game is a collectathon. You collect abilities that give you, like, upgrades. You don't... Basically, there's 3 different tarot cards for each of the major arcana, and each one gives you a new ability. You also find stat upgrades. It's closer to Metroid than the other ones, right? Because Metroid's a pure collectathon, where there's no... You don't gain levels in Metroid, right? So this follows exactly that pattern. And not the Symphony of the Night style thing where, you know, you get actual levels. See, it's a steampunk game. You can't leave the building, but there is a city out there. I wouldn't stay out there for long. I made out there really dangerous, by the way. Yeah, you have to constantly find your way to the light quickly, because if you don't do that, you're gonna die. This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. It's fun. The white dice heal me based on what they roll, and the black dice deal damage to nearby enemies based on what they roll. You do have to get it by the enemies, or it does actual nothing, so... It can be sometimes challenging. I rolled a 1, really? Super powerful weapon if you roll 6s. Super crap if you roll 1s. If you want to link videos, I don't allow links in the chat anymore after some hacker incidents, but you can link them in the Discord if you want. It's about the best I got for you. Couple jokers ruin it for everyone, you know? And now I just not worth it. Oh, there's already light over here. Get my sanity back? Really? I would just sit here enjoying my life here and you're just like attacking me, huh? I have a new encounter system that just drops enemies everywhere. Oh, well, I kind of fell down like an idiot. That's okay, I can cheat my way up. The Discord invite is pinned to the top of the chat. In all 3 platforms I'm doing right now, which would be YouTube, YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. So. Pick your poison. It's the same Discord link for all of them. Oh yeah, if you have the right key, you can use the magician to open doors. It also turns on lights and opens windows, as you saw. I definitely like having the map up there, even though I never look at it. That's also because I know exactly where everything is in the game, so it's kind of a pointless map for me, but... Ogre falls out. OBS studio reconnection is successful. Wait, you having problems there, OBS? What's up with that, buddy? I'll drop that vertical stream ASAP if there's problems. I'm also trying to stream to shorts, but it never gets good views. So I don't understand why people are like, you should stream to shorts. I'm like, but it gets trash views. Why? I get like way more views on a regular stream. Like it's not even close. I don't even really want to encourage shorts views because they count for less as far as YouTube's concerned. Plus, it's just a worse viewing experience. Why would you ever want to watch someone do Unreal Engine on a short? You can't see half the things. Yeah. I stream to YouTube, so no copyrighted music in any videos people send me, please. Or I will ban you for it. Because YouTube will get angry at me, and I hate when that happens. Yes. I usually just play people's videos muted. Muted. It's just because I've had YouTube copyright claim me for stuff that I paid to use. So, I've kind of grown leery of any videos. It's kind of like playtesting people's games. I don't really do that anymore either after I got hacked for playtesting someone's game too. I was like, really? Wow. I mean, if it was like on Steam or something and someone's like, playtest this game, I'm like, okay. I trust the link on Steam. I no longer trust itch.io since I got hacked off of that. I also stopped putting my own stuff on itch.io after that. I was like, trust is dead. I didn't close these doors. That's okay. I don't really care. It's more just a quick little test of the game to show people who hadn't seen it. So normally you would have to actually solve this puzzle over here to get through this door. Are you on top of this cube somehow? Weird. The Magician still is my favorite tarot to this day. I mean, it's not the newest and shiniest. I always loved the newest and shiniest one for a little while, but the Magician is still my favorite. By a lot. It's kind of just the most fun. Like, it's not that great in combat. It's okay in combat. Like, sometimes it's good. But it just kind of does all sorts of good things. As is so open-ended. So it's just my favorite. Plus it has a new hat that's growing on me slowly. A little steampunk magician hat. Just like a popper. Did that Discord invite work out? You have a video for me to see? Looks like no. Fair enough. Map's working pretty good too. I think. Except for now, the keys aren't working. How did that happen? Clicked off the thing, clicked back, and now it has a problem? That's weird. It's a new bug that seems to be happening. Now it works. I had alt tab to it even though I was already playing it. By alt tabbing to it, it's like, okay. I was actually using this against Vu earlier. When her thing is spinning, this actually proves to be really good because then these move towards them like they're landmines. They're like, you know, like homing landmines, which makes me now want to make little gravity mines or something. But that might be a little too different than the others, so I don't know. Like, I guess if she just placed them and they were like little gravity things that slowly floated towards things. Or maybe they act as a thing that if anyone gets nearby, she can do that. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know. Okay, getting under this is actually really obnoxiously bad. Oh, never mind. It's not bad at all. You just jump there. I forgot all about that when I was thinking about it like a gravity weapon. Almost out of sanity. And hurt. Really hurt. Whee. I think when I send a demo to Epic, it's basically just going to be this section, all the way up to Patrick. Because I want them to have a demo. I might put the demo up on Steam so they can get it through Steam, but I don't know if I should do it that way if they do it like that. I don't know. I'll have to look how they do the Mega Grants, but I definitely want a Mega Grant, so I want a demo for them. Which is why the map is so important. It's one of the finished product things that I want. I basically want a near Steam-ready demo for them. So they're just like, hell yeah, we should fund this guy. And not, you know, this half-assed crap that's just like, I'm sure they're used to, where they're like, well, this guy hasn't even started, or the studio hasn't even started their game, but they have an idea. I just got drive-by'd by that guy. I guess fly-by'd. Damn. He wanted it too, because if they drop in that water, they also die. He really wanted that bite. He's like, ah, no. Into the pool. Kind of wish I caught that so you could watch him fall. He's just like flips around midair and just flips me off and then just hits the water and dies, and you're like, wow. Respect. Like if I had a professional animation setup, studio and all that, that would be a thing that would happen. The toys would literally just be jerks. Weirdos and just do strange things that make no sense, but I don't have any of that. So I have like maybe 15 animations for each of those things, and yeah. About that. I've actually had to share some of their own animations with each other because how bad that was. I could have just made the jump by doing it the right way. Oh no, I would die if I fell in the water normally, but I'm cheating, so it doesn't matter. Cheating, yay! I can't even get out of the water, and I'm so bad at my own game. It's not that hard to get out of the water, buddy. Wow. Okay, by the time you could get out of the, like, survive in the water, you already have double jump. Because it's from the second chapter, and you get double jump at the start of the second chapter, and you get the ability to survive in water 2/3 of the way through the second chapter. In fact, most of the point of the second chapter is getting that ability. It doesn't depend on how many optional rooms. It might be almost the end of the chapter you get it. True. Yep. Aha! I will bubble you. Yeah, the Empress can grow and shrink plants. I don't know if you noticed that as I was growing and shrinking plants, but, you know, in fact, the Empress can grow and shrink plants. Yep, the map seems like it's working pretty good. I've been through all that. I mean, to be fair, everything I've been through since I started there was 5.79% of the map of the game. But to be fair, I didn't have to get anything. I just skipped every single everything, so. And I also know where to go. And so if you don't have to get anything besides the keys, you don't have to get any of the abilities or anything, or any of the extra abilities, no backtracking necessary, because I would have to backtrack for every ability. I wouldn't have any of these abilities. At this point, I would have the Magician, like the first ability of it, and the Fool. And... oh, the Empress, the first ability of the Empress. I'd be trying to get the second ability of the Empress right now with healing. Because up until this point, you wouldn't actually be able to heal. So your heals would have to be trips to the painting world, backtracking to the 2 save points that are currently on the map, or hoping the enemies drop them. So I may have to tone everything down too. Like the new encounter system doesn't account well for not healing, so I'm just missing this jump. I don't know why. Not hard. I make it look hard. Wow. Making my game look hard, even though it's not that tough. Unless you're me. I just need more alcohol. That'll make my game easier. I haven't had any yet. That's how I get better at platforming. Mostly it's how I stop carrying. I do have double jump enabled. I shouldn't, but you know, I'm cheating, so. Got Justice, which is currently just a pistol. It's fun to shoot people in the face. Doesn't work at point blank range though. Oh yeah, she saves by jumping into toy boxes. Got a little cowboy hat. Deputy Poppet. Oh, shoot it in the face. Shoot it in the face. Those shouldn't explode with blood. I don't know why they're exploding with blood. I should probably make note nothing to remove that. This contraption shouldn't. Also, I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast anyway. I drank a bunch of stuff for the stream, and anyway, about that. Right back. All right. Guess you didn't want to join the Discord, huh? Well. Oh. Oh yeah, let's make a note of that. I was thinking about those should actually explode with oil instead, right? That makes sense. It has problems. I didn't even bother to say what it was. Probably had lots of problems. Make captions explode with oil instead of explode. Actually should be time hit with oil instead of blood. I mean, they explode, but also when they're hit, they need to have blood instead. I might make Poppet's stockings black. I didn't initially have that. I thought making them clear, but the issue is honestly they clip their address a lot. The collision's not very good. I mean, it is what it is. I've had issues trying to get it to work better for quite some time. That kind of gives you an idea what the game's like. I think if there's a raid or something, I'll do like a big playthrough, but I don't want to spend too long doing playthroughs. Last week I had one stream where I spent like 4 or 5 hours just doing playthroughs of the game because people kept raiding me, and it's like I love showing them to people, but not a whole lot got done that point. That's okay, I did a lot today already. I mean, I got that Steam page done. Sure, it was off stream, but listen. I was at that all weekend. So, I was extremely excited to see that dealt with. I'm sure that for the next couple weeks I'm going to be... Well, first I'm going to get a demo together for Epic. And I need to make some sort of a video that's really shows off the game for them, or some sort of explainer. I'll look at other people's versions or something if they've shown them, so I have an idea of what works and what doesn't. Because, yeah, I don't think I need this particular thing. I might move this behind here. Do I want like a thing behind the map? Am I doing that? I mean, there's an argument for it in that it can be kind of cool, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I need location name. Yeah, now that there's a whole other option, I mean, it just didn't exist before. Now that it exists, it's so bizarre to need it for anything. It's not that pertinent. Actually, this whole room image thing isn't pertinent either. Update room status is irrelevant now. Oh. Every time I see something at the corner of my eye, I assume it's chat or something like that. But there was actually a browser that was showing the fab stuff, and then one of the fab animation, one of the fab ads on the side was animated. So I was like, I saw this motion. I was like, it's like, oh, it's that. Of course it is. So I think that I'm doing an extra update that doesn't even need to happen anymore. Might as well get rid of that. The entire system for rooms has drastically been updated and changed, as I found more things that work for gameplay purposes. Like, I had an idea how I wanted it to go, but in testing it's definitely changed. Oh. I moved this over to this side because for stream. Takes a bit of getting used to because, you know, it's weird, but oh, it's probably the room infos that say it. Do I care? I'll leave it as it is for now. It's not called that often. It only happens every time you enter a new room. So it happens once. It's almost nothing. So I'll just save the variables in case I need them for something. I doubt I do. No. I might copy the style on this. Just copy all of appearance. Do I want to change this to a different appearance? Well, it's kind of just hoping for the other. I didn't really want the other stuff. I just kind of want the other thing. So let me copy only. The font's 20. Okay, I probably just want everything, honestly. I guess my question is, would it be better to have that coloring, or do I even think it would make a big difference? I like the coloring on that, but white shows up better. And obviously, like, white and red are more the colors of the game. Hi, Insbert. Oh, thanks for swinging by, checking in and all that. Sleep well. I'll probably be here when you get up if you sleep less than 8 hours. Oh, I'm actually, yeah, if you sleep less than 8 hours, because I've already been streaming for a couple. 2 hours, 25 minutes. I might stream 10 hours time, I don't know. Depends. If I feel feisty, then I do it. If I don't feel feisty, I don't. I did spend a lot of time working on that Steam page today. And yesterday. I could probably do some YouTube videos then, though. Before I couldn't really do them because I was so busy working on the other thing, but once that's up, I'll be able to change a lot of how things go once that's up. Maybe I don't want to change the info thing. I mean, I could make these purple, but I can just change this purple here. I don't have to do anything special. I just change this color. That's all I gotta do. If I want to. So I can go over to the map here, and I can also change the top ones here. Maybe that's the better idea. Maybe that's the money. So that they're a little more differentiated from everything. They're also header information, so it seems like they should be pretty big. Why does this seem so much bigger than that? I think it's just because it's actually included in one of these things, and the other one's not. If I put it in here... I guess I can't put it in there easily. Are you locked? I can put it in this vertical box. And then migrate it to the top. I like that it zooms that out like that. Weird. I don't like how this looks at all. Oh, I'll mess with it more as I go. I put a lot of information on it if I want to. Alright, well, with that set up. Now if I delete this, I don't care so much because I don't have to remember which color it is. And then do I care about these backgrounds that much is the other question. That's the light background, and the dark is supposed to be like 30 by 60 as well. Be 30 by 260. Oh, so 300 by 260. I know what I'm thinking, not what I'm saying. And we get these nasty headaches and... I'm just like... Let's take this whole thing. I can move it up. Well, do I move it up much? Or do I just leave where it is? Yeah. I'm slowly removing everything to do with these. I get it. Okay, the map one would have to be like way bigger or it's kind of dumb. Like it looks terrible if it's like that tiny. I think I swapped the ones out in the corner for those so I don't have to redo them. I just get rid of these ones here. Unless I can change directly in the animation. Can I do that? Is that possible? No, I'd have to go do it all. I don't want to do it all again. I'm lazy. But the good news is I can just drag things off here. $325, 200, sure. Lock now because it's annoying. Why do you not set to visible? You literally just lock that. Why is it relocking? But it's so weird. Oops. Over there. They're not helpful. Why are you over there still? Some weird crap there, huh? That's better. Less crap going on. Not sure if I want to increase the size of this or not. It's awkward though when you move one and it moves the other one just a slight bit more. Could be better. The dialogue thing needs some work too. I'll probably do more of a visual novel style for story or something. Unless it's just Poppet talking to herself. Like if she's just talking to herself, I'll probably just keep the same type of thing I have now. I don't see myself having, like, you know, full-on cutscenes or anything. That's never getting done. I already think the gameplay is not going to get done in time as is without cuts, so there's no world I'm going to have more than like an intro, a cutscene, and like an extra cutscene, and even those might be tough. It's quite simply, that's what takes a long time to look good. If you just want to make something that doesn't look good, that's fine, but I think it'll look better with a visual novel because the bar of quality is so much lower in a visual novel before people go, oh, that's good enough. Yeah, I hate that. Takes up less space in the screen, doesn't bug you when you're fighting. A little weirder to see when I'm used to looking in the lower left corner and the upper right corner to see if I'm in the darkness, and now it's just looking in the upper left corner for like everything besides location, so I basically never look in the upper right corner. As like I say, I don't care about that 90% of the time. It does have some value. I might not remember every square I hit. If I was trying to get map completion, it'd be an issue. Anything else I really cared about this? I mean, it takes a second to recenter. That's kind of bizarre. Not a very pressing problem. It's annoying, I guess. What makes the boss's health bar even stay here? Like, what's the trick? Well, I don't use this anymore at all. It's not connected up to anything. Hasn't been for a long time. I also have to finish more map stuff too, as far as the mini-map needs to have all the levels included, and I want to reprogram the other map so that it doesn't, so it uses the exact same ones. So this way I only have to set where everything is in the maps once. Because there's really no quick way to set where everything is in the map. I'm going to have to basically individually tell what each square if it has something, right? Which is fine. I mean, you know, once I'm done placing everything, that'll probably be a good idea. Reminds me. On the map menu here, I figured the map would take some time. I mean, my lack of knowledge with the map didn't help. You know, or the lack of knowledge on how to build all this stuff. But that's how it usually goes, right? Especially that mini map. I'm not gonna lie, I had to look up the math on that. I had no clue what I was up against. I just had no idea. And then once I knew, I was like, once I found, I was like, oh, okay, that makes total sense. Basically, the way it works is that you end up having to get the upper left corner of something and then the center of something, and then subtracting that information from essentially the center of the other one. And with the way it's set, because it's like a widget inside of a widget inside of a widget, it basically had to do it over and over and over and over and over to calculate where it would go, because the HUD has it in this upper corner here, but in reality it's like there's this thing here which is moving it around inside this space here. It's moving this around, and then this is its own little dumb thing which has these little floor thingies in it, which are yet another widget. It was just so many layers of math on calculating it that it was just nightmarish. So I definitely had to look up some math on that one, because I was way too dumb to figure that one out. Like, I had some ideas, but how about that? And the mini-map one's the one that does it? Yeah, I had to figure this one out here. I also had to add the rainy ones in for the widget so I have all the floors. There's unfortunately no easy way to do this, because I have to set this information somewhere. Later on, I recycle this information at like points with the current floor widget here. Yeah, cache geometry, get local top left. I mean, yeah, okay. I think over here I also do something similar with the mini-map grid, where I'm setting it. And what's going on there? It was weird. And of course, as always, because my game's so complicated now, having to merge it with my own stuff, like what I was finding was It's what I live for, but it was a busy weekend. Anyway, I basically have to add a few more of these. And then I want to copy this code pretty much to the other ones. It's like multiples of these. Why is details on this side and this? You guys can't see that. I hate when Epic decides to reorganize things. I wish it would just standardize its organization. It does not. It does not do that. Super quiet night on all the Twitch, huh? Happens. That's weird. Why is it not showing that? I haven't really quite figured out shorts on YouTube. I was looking at trying to get people to trying to stream to it, and everyone's like, stream to it is so good. It just doesn't really get views. Well, it doesn't really cost me much other than time and effort to figure it out. I gotta add the other floors, don't I? The good news is this map system is getting close to being completely done. Been pretty good time, honestly, for what it is. Like, I was expecting it to be more time consuming than this, and it's turning out to be like medium time consuming. I really get the feeling if I knew what I was doing on it in advance, that would have, you know, been pretty short. Most things in Unreal Engine, once you know how to do them, are pretty easy to do. Do a couple more of these floors. I'm calling a mini so I can differentiate them from the other ones I'd already made for the other one that has the actual code in it for the regular map. Oh. These ones have no code in them. Or they don't have any. Pretty certain they have none. Yeah. You might have a variable. Nope. Found a way around it. Not needing variables is good. Not needing coding on there is also very good. I'm just gonna drag these into there from off here. They have to be in the order because I'm using a widget switcher. Mini basement, where are you at? It's basically the first one 0, and it's just an array, so you know, first one 0, last one's, you know, whatever the number is, -1. So in this case, this is 7. Makes me wonder why I didn't mark that as 3, but I didn't, so there you go. Yeah. Even though they both have minimap grid, they're not the same type of variable. You can't just drag directly over from that to the other. They're a completely different instance of a widget. Actually, they're just a completely different widget. Not even an instance at all. Just straight up a different widget. Did it again. We just had a custom event, but I guess the custom event's not any better than a bunch of chords I split. Well, it sort of is. The chords are annoying. I could just have a custom event at the end, not have chords everywhere. Also true. There is most certainly something to be said for no chords. Sure. It's a lot cleaner. Easier to keep track of. I could be really lame and just put them all into, like, put one of these out here and then connect all the lines in that instead. The good news is I can actually copy paste this over and over, so it actually saves me having to make any additional lines too. So that also works, and it's a lot cleaner looking. I'm just going to copy 3 at a time, right? Because I need 3 more. So I'll just copy all 3 of those at once to save time. Sadly, I cannot change this one. I do actually have to connect all these. Much to my sadness, I do have to do that. Of course, I can't test all these till later because I have to actually add the cubes for each area. And I'm not really going to do that until the maps are so much farther along. I might could, but they're actually kind of annoying when building the thing. Like, they're in the way. So, keep wanting to do that. So on these ones here, instead of like this thing here, I need to actually have it on the other. None of this is actually relevant. Just delete it outright. I'm not doing any of that. Funny part is I originally copied this off of there. Okay, so yeah, I know. Sure. Not to study how I did what I was doing here. Let's see. Actually, I think it's literally just everything up to this point here. Because all this is literally for setting up the mini-map and moving things around. This up here is just to do exactly what I was already doing. And the difference is just get their grid from there. Move this one off to the side since I'm just going to be working off my own homework. See how different it is. Get map sections is the same. 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 So basically I just need to copy a portion of this onto there. Yeah, they're basically completely identical. They are. Okay. But this already has access to some of the information anyway. The only thing it doesn't do is set this here. So what I would do... You guys have to get the widgets here and then do an event and format section should already do it. I don't actually need to do the other part there at all. I basically get to skip this section because this is literally just... I don't need this current floor. I just need the map grid here, basically. Right? Yeah, it's just mini-map. We've got all children, so... I need this. I don't need the current floor widget because it's never called. Setting the numbers here is already done. So is this. This is just me saving time, but that's technically already done as well. So yeah, it's just add this one thing. Code's actually closer than you think. I'm gonna be real sad if I ever change this. So I probably just remove those other ones entirely and replace them with the mini versions, because the mini version is stretchable. And then it just displays it. This can't possibly go wrong. It's gonna go wrong. It's all gonna explode, bro. We're all gonna die. Oh well. We had a good run. Probably. If you didn't have a good run, well, sorry. Not that sorry. I mean, you know, you had your chance. But we probably had a good run. Do these ever reference directly? No. See how foobarred the other ones are? They're huge. Huge mungus. Wait, they might not fit. Uh-oh. One thing, probably the most useful takeaway I came away from when I was doing all this work like that, is you can right-click something and you can wrap it with something. And in this case, I usually wrap it with a size box and then a scroll box, and then you can basically just scale the elements however you want. And of course, you can also replace it with something, including its children, so this way you can remove all the things that way. Overwhelmingly handy. I can't begin to tell you how handy. Yeah, I didn't do very well in the shorts. You're looking at it like going, maybe shorts? Nope. This is live, right? I will solve the mystery of shorts. Okay. Sure. Anyway, now I have those in there, so I can do. You exist. That's not what I want to do anyway. We should massively streamline this system here. I should have made that way first. It's dumb. I did it the stupid way. Oh well, is what it is. I'm so excited because, you know, within a month and a half from now, I'll have the offer to Epic for Mega Grant. I'm rebuilding the original map so that it uses the exact same map sections as the other one. Because now the mini map was a better version where it didn't have the code on each of the map things. And so this way I don't want to have to set the blocks more than once for each floor, because I was going to have to set it twice. And this way it doesn't use the code on the each of the map things, so I won't have to update like the code 8 times or something. So I was fixing that. I already made the HUD better. Yeah, I foolishly changed a variable in the wrong order, and now it's being slow. I have so many more things I want to fix. I made a list of the things I wanted to do for purposes of demo there. I don't even have a logo yet for a dev thing, but I'm just publishing under my own name anyway. It's not like I have a studio yet. You can't just make a studio name up and call it Square. That's not how it works. You do actually have to make a business. I was like, well, I think I'll pass on that for now. Steam is not going to be okay with you just deciding you have a name. No. They ask tax information. They're not okay with that one bit. You'll have to provide tax information for whichever business name you make up. Yeah, so an intro story, sure. Yeah, I gotta put sound effects in for all this crap too, polish up the weapons a bit. Though to be fair, the Empress and the Fool are pretty good. The Magician's pretty close too. Now that they have weapons and stuff. Temperance can maybe use a little work. I kind of polished all of them some. Finishing the map, working that right now. Yeah, I need to pick the music that's going to be in the audio control and everything. Like, you have to actually include a little stupid thing on each of the audio files so that they can be controlled. Oh, that's going to be obnoxious. Oh yeah, more collectible things. I want everything that tells you which keys you have. That seems important. Even I've questioned it sometimes. Replace the insanity message with something relevant. You can do business under your own name. You can't really just make up names and put them places. It's just not a thing you do. And people do it, and it's just going to lead to a lot of trouble for you in the future. So I just publish under my own name. It's not like hiding your own name makes any sense anyway. As soon as they play your game, it's in the credits, right? Unless you're not going to put your name on your own game. That seems nuts to me. So... But technically, when you're doing your taxes, you do your tax portion under whatever you're going to file it under, and you could technically put whatever developer name or publisher name you want. Like I say, the ramifications of just making names up doesn't seem like a... Yeah? No, my name's not incredibly short either, but it's not like the longest in the world, but... Basically, they don't really tell you you can and can't do something, so it's kind of a... I know when you're doing taxes, you can't, and if that's not your actual name, it's kind of weird. Okay, I don't know what kind of floor is doing, but get it off there. User widget. What happened? Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Yeah, it's... Well, with a game like this, I'm always putting my name in the credits. People get all weird about having their name in the internet, but I mean, I got rated by Adam C. Eunice. I mean, he's just using his name. Like, plenty of people, like, you know, just use their name if they're like a solo. Like I say, unless you're gonna just not put your name on something, it'll be out there for everyone to see. Kind of weird not to be, you know? I'm definitely not releasing this game without having my name on it. It's bizarre. But yeah, eventually I'll probably replace with an actual studio name when I get a studio together. If I get a studio together. That's always a big if, because, you know, if... Well, at this point, it also lends credence to my being a solo dev, right? Because, you know, if I have some big old studio name, they're going to be like, hey, wait a minute, but it's just me. Just my name. Is that like... I don't think they're going to be like, yeah, this guy's got a studio. I'll be like, nope, this guy's just a solo dev. So we'll see how it goes. I'm kind of playing it by ear because Steam does not provide any kind of anything for documentation. It is terrible. The whole process is awful. Just awful. I've never disliked Steam so much as having to list a game on there. But that's okay. I gotta make the one for Epic as well. That'll should be, well, I don't even want to say it'll be easy. If I say that too loud, the universe will be like, oh yeah? And find a way to make it hard. Oh, I need to get the grid too. I can't even just get away with what I'm doing here, I think. I need to actually get the grid one too. Well, that sucks. Whatever. Yeah, fair enough. It would be nice to be able to afford to hire people. I don't have the money to fund the game, let alone hire people. But maybe someday, you know, if that ever happens. Also, these are saying battery low over and over. The good news is the next game is going to be a lot easier because I'll be able to recycle a lot of these systems. You know, I don't have to make a whole new map system. If I'm using the same map system, then I just get to, you know, put in new information, just change the level up. A lot of my stuff is pretty easily just switched up to a different thing, and it's not going to be hard. So I'm not too worried about that. That's nice. The whole combat system, I mean, I just change out the abilities, but it's fine. I'm obviously doing that hundreds of times anyway. Just cleaning off these earbuds. I always clean them before I put them on, just in case. Yeah, recycling is never bad. And also having a workflow already figured out will make a big difference. Like, people, I think, really underestimate the value of that. Where, you know, you've, you know how you make levels, you know how to make them fast, you know what kind of, like, you know, stuff goes into your levels. I mean, like, the second chapter was made, like, in... I laid out the map in, I don't know, a tenth of the time it took me to do the first one because I just didn't know things. Things weren't there. I had not a lot of concept of the game flow and stuff. I had a lot less to go on, though, so it's kind of tougher to build as you go. But after that, it became pretty easy. All about recycling and refactoring if needed. Yeah, I do that all the time. Like, if it's a system, I make it, and then if the system isn't good enough, I expand the system. But I make it until it's just good enough. Yeah. I mean, this isn't technically a template, but I can easily just build whatever I want off of it, so it's like, okay. Definitely make my life a lot easier. Oh, that's right. I can't do it directly off that. Do it off this. You know, maybe I should have made my life easier. And just created this mini-map grid thingy. And then just went and copy-pasted, like, all that stuff from the other one there, so I have to connect it all up. But yeah, it's going to be real good in the future when I just get away with doing so much less actual work for a second game. Plus, I'll already know how to make like a Steam page. I'll know the graphics I need. I'll have a much better idea on how to make trailers and things. Like, there's just so much that'll have been done. I really think people don't understand what goes into a game. And the farther in I get, the more I understand, the more systems and things. But just the more ways of doing things that have just changed as I've gone along. It really, really does. Does help a lot. So many questions that are answered. I've been getting a laugh at people who don't understand that content is the game, not like some sort of system or anything like that. Like, I remember when I made End Remember Tomorrow and I got like all this big old cool, you know, stuff made for it, all these systems, and then I realized that I had no content. I was like, this sucks. This game has no content. And then the first version of Poppet Quest was the same way too on RPG Maker. I learned the error of my ways. The only correct strategy in game dev is make the damn content. There you go. Basically finish the game. Everything else is not finishing the game, and therefore wrong. But yeah, in the back of my head, I was like, okay, you know, how am I going to make Poppet Quest 2? Because I have ideas for Poppet Quest 2. I've already been thinking about it the whole time, because why not? What I would include with it. Exactly where the story takes place, you know. A lot of things are already figured out. Not like the full-on mechanics, you understand, just kind of some conceptual things and stuff, some base major mechanics of the game, sure. But I've also been thinking about what I can recycle from this game.
Everything.
I'm literally just morphing this into the other one. What is this? Promote it to a variable, please. Just a widget. This is used exactly like nowhere. I decided to point that out. I'll keep it anyway. That should actually be all I need. Right? Because it's just the only real difference here was that it needed to get the children of the particular map instead of funneling the code onto the map itself. Can I delete those? Huh. Well, let's undelete that. It's so funny since I copied these literally off of there. And now I'm copying them back. Does this need to be UI nav at all? I don't think it does. Hmm. So let's try the best testing array I have for this so far. Can't test every floor for the thing, but the other one should be fine in that it's just duplicating code and swapping out one variable. Whether or not this map instantly works will be interesting to see. Beautiful. Okay, missing some stuff. Fantastic. Access none, you say? I'm waiting for the template for now and already thinking about what should be a playable build for the Ven Grant. You're just using a low poly stove. There are still a few systems and you put in it. Yeah. I should definitely apply, maybe I'll get it. Alright. Costs nothing but time to try, right? How am I accessing none? Oh, wait. We need this too. That is unfortunate. And these are different, so I can't just, you know, dump them directly in. Actually, I could do this and just I can do this actually. I can just convert it all into a giant macro. You think they would keep it in order for you, but nope. Probably just name it what it is, actually, just each floor. Be less confusing in the future. I don't plan on making any changes to the floor structure from this point on. We're basically locked in. Because, let's just be real here, I have a long road ahead to get to the end of this game, and the last thing I want to do is add any more floors. Like, I don't think there's any point adding more floors at this point. I wish I could have just simply put the names in those and saved a bunch of this code. But the big problem is this has to be unique and this has to be unique. So no matter what I do, I was always going to have to... Well, I could have rammed... I would have had to have done the thing over and over. It would have been... I don't think I would have saved any time. It would have been like the same mess, just ordered differently, probably. When in doubt, take the way that's already done. See how much use that is to keep track of? These literally just all connect. Done. Inform map sections is already in there, so I don't need the rest. I'm still missing something, I'm sure. I knew this would be a pain. But, like I say, if I can recycle the code, it's a lot better for me. It's not even activating. Which means it's probably not finding the map sections, which is weird. It should. Yet it is not. Oh. Yeah, it's all used there, buddy. You don't need to change it everywhere, thank you. I know what this thing's doing, and I don't care. Sometimes it just gets weird and dumb with its things. You just move on. You're like, okay, cool. And you just delete the crap. Well, it's black now. That's good. That means it's finding them and setting them all to black as opposed to what it was doing. It's like that was all I needed. It was just, you know, Epic being... Oh, no, it's Unreal being dumb. Perfect. Now they recycle. So this way I don't have to, you know, do all that. I still haven't made these yet. Might change the indicators for what colors, like how they are. I think just having them color coded is pretty simple and a lot easier. I've been cheap viewered. Oh no. Now I just feel lame. Ban the cheap viewer guy. Haha. So far streaming on like Kick, it's just increased the number of random bots saying, hey, you want to pay for traffic? No, I don't. Again, if you have to pay people to watch you, you aren't worth watching. That was easier to set up than I expected. Now they're all the same, so I can just change those and I can ditch all these other ones that were just this complete catastrophe of code where I had all this code sitting directly on them for each one, and I just don't need that anymore. That's just pure gold right there. Like, you really don't want to have to maintain that many versions of code anyway. This mini-map thing doesn't work anyway. It was just unnecessary crap. I don't need widget basement. I don't need widget sub basement. I need widget painting world. Yeah, they come watching their own, you know. Over the course of the night, I pick up things, you know. It's kind of lonely early on in the night for certain, but YouTube's been sitting at 16 people for most of the time. Twitch is at 8 right now. Kick sits at 2. Pretty much ever. Other than initially with, like, you know, 7 showing up and showing some interest in my stream on Kick, I've basically had not a lot going on Kick. I'm just waiting for this to delete, by the way. It's a hard world over there. I get the feeling you basically need to be some sort of political drama person to have any kind of hope. That appears to be what people want, drama. Yet I come to do this to avoid drama. Like, I just want to, you know, work on my game. I want to make games. That's all I want to do. If I was just all about controversy, I'd probably do well on Kick. Probably do well on Twitch. Twitch might ban me though. If you have if you think the wrong thing on Twitch, or you're not, like, you know, you don't have your own OF, you're probably getting banned. On Kick, I don't even think Kick has rules. If it does, I don't know what they are because they don't seem to ever enforce anything. Did you outright break a law? Well, that's probably not enough to get you banned on Kick. And YouTube doesn't seem to care as long as you don't play copyrighted music. Like, you can just find outright porn on YouTube. I got told about the transparent cleaning, like transparent clothing cleaning ladies. Search it up for yourself on YouTube. Look up, you know, like house cleaning transparent clothing. And see that YouTube just doesn't care. They don't care at all. No. I'm obviously not going to look that up because it's enough to get you banned on, you know, your Twitch. Hey, Nexus. I made a mini map over the break. I had to look up the math. There was hours of that crap. And now I'm converting my regular map into that system so that they both recycle the same floors and don't need code on every single one of them. I'm deleting out the failed attempts too. Widget minimap is not the one I use because PQ minimap is the one I use, right? I'm pretty certain it's PQ minimap. Let me double check that. I do that before I get feisty. I am pretty feisty though, so that's true. Yeah. It's coming along nicely. I redid the entire interface earlier today because yeah, minimap PQ. You on there? So now when I run around, it looks set to the minimap there, and then this can show. Yeah, I have to cross one of the map cubes. For some reason, it's not loading at the first map cube. There's still bugs in it, but it'll switch to the lower one now. There's a brief bug where when it's switching them, it doesn't quite center it very well. But you'll see I'm on the two different floors now. Yeah, the math for it was, I never would have got it. Not on my own. There's no world. I had to do a lot of looking things up to figure it out. There's a reason why I reserved it for off the stream. It was many hours of looking up math. And then trying to merge what I could find into my own system. And in the way, in the process of it, I found a way better system for everything. Yeah, I can also color code them too, which I'm doing. Now they're all run together. The previous one wasn't all run together. I need to position this a little better. As you can see, it's a bit off, but overall, pretty good. I have to have the cubes that trigger it onto the other one. Hey, bro, Tommy, where's it going? Sup, sup? Or I can just call you like Boyo or Tommy or something. I don't know. I do say full name for some reason. Weird. Yeah, I moved the room information onto here because I figured it's not necessary to know which room you're in all the time. It tells you, and then... Oh, you like it when I use your full name? Fair enough. I'll do that then. I don't know if you would have liked it all that much. It was mostly browsing the internet a lot. Trying to solve this math thing. And it was slow. A lot of reading, a lot of testing, it breaking, you realize things weren't good. It was... Could have done it on stream. Thought about it, but I know it's pretty headache inducing. What it came down to was having I have a widget switcher in here inside of a mini map, and the HUD has this what's known as a retainer box, and it basically lets you show only a portion of a widget based on the size of the retainer box. Like if I change the retainer box, it'll... Well, that's not the retainer box I'm grabbing, is it? Actually, it is. Yeah, this is retainer box, yeah. Then it would, this just shows like that distance there, and it clips everything else. Where are we even at? There's a clip option somewhere. Was there? Actually, maybe it doesn't clip there. Maybe it clips me there. As you can see, I'm not even 100% certain some of the things I end up doing for this one here. You gonna work that, buddy? Anyway, it loads the mini map here. Is this what clipped? One of these things has a clip option. I thought it was the retainer. Yeah, clipping inherit. This does that, but did you do it? Okay, so they just all clip inherit. So retainer box basically just clips to itself, so you can't see anything beyond there. This in here is a widget switcher. And it's also what's running the code. And the widget switcher has, in order, every single one of the different maps. They have to be different because I'm going to individually change the information for each and every one of these things based upon what's in that square. Also, the painting world's a different size, so, but they can't share this information pretty much. So then along comes this. Basically I had every one of the, I get the information where the player is, the room they're in. I don't need the room really. The floor they're on, very handy. The room image, I don't even use that anymore. I can just get rid of that. And the current map cube name, basically I need the map cube name and the floor. Because I've separated all the map cubes by, you know, the floor they're on. And then they just all have a unique name, and the unique name is usually like just cube 1 or room 1 or whatever. Actually, I think it's like room 1, room 2, room 2, all the way up to like 110. I did have to individually number those the first time. That was true. I had to do it at least once, and I just copy paste from that point on. And the base of the player floor name we're switching here. This is actually kind of ironic and weird. It's basically literally just duplicating itself, but matters later. This sets the active widget. If you've ever used a widget switcher, they're an array. They start from like 0 and just go to, you know, whatever number there is in there. And this just shows which widget is currently active in the thing. So they let you have change between the various widgets. Here's why I take the actual thing here. I set the current floor widget. I don't think I even use this, but I copied the code from the minimap version. Actually, this is the minimap version. And then I also get its grid. This has to be done separate because these grids are unique to each one here. And I say that there, I can't just do this and get the grid. They don't like each other. And then I have an event that sets the minimap sections. This, I just broke this up because I have to type that again. Don't ask why I have it set like this. This seems redundant. I'm sure there was a reason at some point. Clean it up a little bit. So then, because they all have a minimap grid, I can get their children, right? Because, you know, it's a uniform grid. And then I just cycle through all of them. I'm saving the particular array element. I get the map cube information. Is the name on the cube, the floor on the cube, the cube types, because there's various types for, like, you know, if it's like a boss one, or, you know, I have to make one for a shop. Got like a tarot there or something like that, you know, various things like that. And then if there's items in there, because it'll show an icon for an item if they have it. And that's actually, I had this before. Like, this isn't new at all. This is literally from when I was making the map. But basically, it's just a map variable with, you know, a string and a string. So I can just check against that. And then the player looks, do I have this? The particular cube name and the floor it's on. They're separated into floor space map cubes. If true, what type of cube we talking here? And this colors them. They're just a bunch of, you know, slate brushes, which is basically how you color things in a in the UI, in a widget basically. Or there's a blank version too if they don't. And I set the count to 0 for how many remaining items are there, and then I check through and check for the important items, and before each loop, do I have this item for every one of those important items? If at any point that's true, it adds 1, and then afterwards I target the map cube in question with a, you know, an interface call. That's why I say the map cube in question. And I'm just making certain that the map cube name, the floor, you know, basically the one that is she's currently in, and the one we're talking about is the same. If it is, cool. Same thing with the floors. If it's cool, if so, it puts the indicator right there that Poppet is in that room. I don't need map image to send. I don't even... Oh, wait, no, I do. This is the one that changes the color. And then if the remaining items count is greater than 0, it shows the important item icon here. Sure. Now, if the indicator is actually there... I don't know why I set this to additional cube name, but we made it Poppet Cube now. This was the part... Like, everything else previous was largely already here. You saw all this like that. This was the part that turned out to be a mess. I tried it so many different ways. Reworked it a bunch of times to make it better. And what I finally discovered was what came up here. So. Be ready for... awkward, really. This is really just awkward. There's no two ways about what I'm about to explain here. So, you can get the catch geometry of something, which basically lets you know its shape. I didn't know this widget existed, by the way, the get catch geometry. Then you can get the local top left. Exactly what it sounds like. It's the top left of the widget. Yes. Then, you can get the, you know, I'm getting the desired size of the thing. Basically, desired size is, what size is it? So if you have like, you know, some sort of size widget or something like that, so to resize it, this way we'll get whatever it currently is. Then you have to divide them both by 2, because what you want is half the size. That's marked by half size. So you add that to the local top left, and that gives you the center of the widget. But don't worry, because it's not enough to do that once. Because it's a widget inside of widget inside of widget, it stacks. So now we have to go with the current floor widget, because all that was the stupid little square. That was it. That was the little dumb square where the indicator shows up. That's it. That's all we're talking about. Now I need the floor widget, which, as you might have remembered, is all these fine beasties here. Cool. We're once again gonna get ourselves some cache geometry in that top left. Yeah. And then you take that top left. You don't need the center anymore. You just need that. And now you add them together. And that gives you center of the container. Cool. Now we go to the center minimap widget. We broke this into a thing here just to make this, just so it doesn't do it multiple times. It doesn't matter. It never did. So now we have the minimap retainer box. The minimap retainer box is what's sitting on the HUD. Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be on the HUD? It has to be. Neat. Okay, so we go back to this fine thing. I don't know what I've actually done here to change that, but getting the desired size, and we're once again having it. Neat. We're getting the cache geometry of the widget itself. This minimap widget thingy. Not this widget, this one. I want the top left of that too. Then I have to subtract the retainers at the parent's retainer center, the container local center, and then the minimap widget offset to get the new map position. And then, remember that minimap grid I saved? I get to target that slot there like that, because you can target the slot it's in on a canvas panel, which I did that. I put it on a canvas panel right here. This lets you move it around. Cool. And then you can, well, when you got asked a canvas panel slot, they changed the name of it in 5.6. There was a bunch of these names got changed too. And then you can set position with the new minimap position. Neat. That is how I move it around. There's more things that get involved in like having to trigger things. Like I had to set chain alerts up and everything like that because I didn't have references to each of these. So like, how did I do that too? Map cube. So it does for Poppet here. The way the map cubes have to work now, and don't get me wrong, this is still not perfect, by the way. There's some issues with things that are just not right. You should have saw how nightmarish there was. So much. Like it took me 6 hours. I wasn't even streaming. Okay, like It was such a pain. Because nobody had the right answer. Nobody had it. This was glommed together out of other people's wrong answers. That was so, it was so dumb. Why it took so long. Because nobody knew. Anyway. This is probably on system, honest. I'm just gonna search it up on lazy. Update map cube. Or not. Oh, it's not gonna be there. I'm dumb. Why is this on this side? No, get over it. Really? You're gonna do me like that, bro? Update map cube. You think movable scope of minimap would have been a long solved issue, but no. Most people put a camera facing straight down. And they just have that camera basically draw onto a material. That's it. That's all. It's exactly what I do for that photo in the pause menu. Yeah, it's also terrible for this game because, first of all, it doesn't let you see farther than you could have already seen. As you can already see to the walls. Poppet can see really far. Second of all, it hits ceilings. Third of all, it lets you see on the other side of walls, thus spoiling any surprises. Like, there's just nothing good about what's going on there. And we're going to even talk about map solutions for the regular maps. There's a reason I made my own. There are no good map solutions for a building out there that I have ever seen. I tried a bunch. Like, ones people made, they're all designed for open worlds that are one flat map. They're terrible. Anyway, here's this dumb chain that has to happen because I don't have access to a particular widget map cube like that. So, whenever you hit a map cube, if it's Poppet, it updates the map cube. It goes to Poppet and goes, okay, I need this name for myself. But I'm also going to alert the HUD widget. HUD widget's like, okay, what's up, buddy? This is so stupid. Okay, and then the HUD widget's like, cool, neat. Now I got to alert the little mini-map thing. Awesome. Little mini-map's like, what's up, bro? And then it goes, oh, I've been alerted. And then it runs all this. Why does it do this? Well, so it actually updates this. Yeah, so it updates the stuff like that. But then, I was like, wait. So, when Poppet first loads in, there's no mini-map because you haven't crossed a thing. Cool. What a great system. So, to make it more exciting, this is the same thing I did with the room infos. Blah. Where are you? This is the load thingy. There's a lot of dumb crap here. I think it's because everyone hates working with UI. Yeah, they can suck kind of. But if you've ever worked with RPG makers ones, this is a treat. Alright, so I made this glorious trigger map cube thingy. What it does is when you first load in, it gets all the actors with map cube on it. It's inefficient, but it only does it once. I don't really have another way to pull this off, to be honest. This is literally when the game's loading. Checks if Poppet's overlapping that. There's actually a thing to check against the actual cube on it, not the actor. And if so, it finds the HUD widget and alerts the minimap. And runs that dumb chain. It also does this thing too every time you go in and out of the stupid menus too, because every time you do that, it has to update it again or there won't be a minimap. So this nightmarish piece of crap, it taught me a bunch of things along the way. I learned so many useful things for the UI that I didn't even know. Mostly in my effort to move solutions between the various widgets. Like I was sitting at like a lower level widget and I kept moving the code farther up because of the problems like that. And then having to, you know, because it was originally it was in the floors and it was very, very hard to access the retainer box on the HUD because between them was the mini map and getting the parent of the parent didn't seem to work the way you'd think it would. So I was like, get parent and then get parent no widget. And it's like, get parent of parent. And it's like, okay. No. That does work though. You can usually get like a parent node and get parent node. You can chain them and go all the way up the chain. But for some reason I couldn't get it to work this time. But I moved all the code off of that, and then I found out my regular map that had all the map code on the floors. But this one here is like, hey bro, if you just get the map, mini map grid, you can just get all children and have it all one time. So I had to move this better version of code over. Not all of it. I didn't need this. I don't need to center the regular map. The regular map doesn't move, so it was perfectly fine. But yeah, like the nightmarish, well, this nightmarish code was a problem. And then just, you know, it was just the tiers of the math was really hard to get right. And it was like the solution, like I said, the solutions were just wrong. Like I tried lots of things and they were just wrong. But eventually, it didn't help that I was also making a map that nobody makes. It's literally like the map you'd see in like Symphony of the Night or Bloodstain, basically in the Igavanias. Because I like that map in that it shows you there's something to find, but it doesn't tell you what's there. I'm not here to tell you everything that's in every room. I don't want that. Because, I mean, Metroidvanias don't tell you where everything is. The fun is finding the stuff. If they tell you everything is, it's boring. It might as well be a regular JRPG or just a regular open world RPG where they just have the map and it's like, walk to this spot on the map. Click the button. Walk to the spot on the map. Kill 5 dudes. Walk to the spot on the map. Turn in and kill 4 or 5 dudes. Get reward. Walk to next spot on map. Yeah, I find that gameplay kind of boring. I really do. I mean, I think it's awesome that, you know, Farmer Brown has declared a jihad against every wolf in the area and demands every adventurer walking by kill 10 of them. But seriously, Farmer Brown, it's okay. We don't all have to kill 10 wolves, you know? Like, some of these quests, you know? But, yeah, it's just stupid. Just stupid. The whole menu map thing was just dumb. Same honestly, I think it's why roguelikes and Metroidvanias continue to be popular. Yeah. I don't want my hand held. You know, it come from a world where they used to give you a dumb instruction manual that had some, these buttons do this, and that was it. There weren't even instructions in the games. And most of the time, because we were renting those games, those books were gone. So you just had to do the logical thing of pushing each button on the controller to figure out what it does. This is not challenging. There's not that many buttons on the controller. In fact, we did the same thing for keyboard-based games too. It's usually not very hard to figure out. Most people use the same handful of keys. Unfortunately, the average player these days is somehow dumber, cannot figure a lot of this stuff out, and requires to be told the most inane crap. It's like, dude, I'll figure out how to jump. I don't need your help. I'll push a button. I'll figure this out. I can figure out how to grab a ledge. I'll push some buttons. I'll figure it out. Ain't that hard, you know? I can figure out how to attack. I'll push a button. Or once I push every button, one of them will swing the weapon. Now, don't get me wrong. If you have a unique mechanic, you should probably explain it. Like, I'm going to explain the light and dark mechanic to people. Because it's not in normal games, and I don't expect you to do that. But that's also not push a button either. You know? But I mean, like, tutorial is... Unless something is really unique, I don't need an explanation. And I don't even necessarily want one anyway, but... It's not like I read tutorials on anyone else's game anyway. I just don't. I will almost certainly skip your tutorial. I don't care. I don't need your tutorial. I'll figure it out. I can hit buttons. You need to jump and you have space to jump? I guarantee you I'm going to immediately find it. Yeah. I mean, like, you know, it's okay to give the player problems to solve, you know? I have encountered players who are unable to cope with even the most simple of problems, and I'm like, I'm not making a game for them. I'm really not, because I don't want to play the game that they're going to want to play. Let them have an auto battle or whatever. The game plays itself and they declare themselves the winner, you know? Good for them, I suppose, but, you know, it's kind of lame. That's like people who have AI program something and then tell me they made it, and I'm like, you had a worker do it. Your worker was the AI. Okay. Cool. Neat. I made this art with... did you make the art? Well, the AI made it. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to claim credit for something someone else did. Same thing. I can't... There's no excitement there. You know, I want to make it myself. There is a joy in the journey. And I think that a lot of people just don't do that. I need a better version for the collectibles thing. I need to write all that stuff too. I'm making precision platform, and honestly, it's crazy how people are really not good at precision platform anymore. Such different game crew out there these days. Wait, I don't have to double jump for this. You know, that's fair. I mean, there's still people who play things like Celeste or, you know, Super Meat Boy or any weird games like those. I want to be the guy for the ancient one. You know, the really ones that are super punishing platformers. Or people who make the ridiculous Mario levels. They exist, but the average person does not do that. They don't do that at all. No. I don't need any of these. If I'm literally just going to make a demo that I send to Epic that's basically up to Patrick, then I don't need anything but here, honestly. It's just about improving stuff. Which means more audio. I also need to figure out how to do the key thing again. I have to remember how to add things to a scroll box. Oh yeah, I thought it was making the game easy. I found it real quick that it's not nearly as easy for general gaming members as I thought it would be. Yeah. Well, and the games are always way easier for whoever's making it, because you've played it a lot more too. So that's a thing to note. Remember how Mario was hard back in the day where you needed jump pixel running? I mean, if you've ever played the original Mario, it's still hard because the controls are so trash. Like, they were not very good. And the original, like, you know, even like someone had like a ROM version of like the original Mario, like original Super Mario. And it's like way harder, but the original Mario was really tough too. Like the original Mario was just like, I think it was just Super Mario actually. The one on Nintendo, like it's just, the controls suck. And then you factor in the original Nintendo controllers, which were pieces of crap that barely worked half the time anyway. That game was way harder back then. Now it's not as hard. But I find Super Mario 1 is way harder than 2 or 3 ever was. So many quality of life improvements. Oh, I wanted the contraptions to explode with oil, not blood. That's true. It's weird that the contraptions have blood in them. Finish after dying a lot? Yep. It's so funny because my older brother, he got like one of those little plug into the TV Nintendo control things like that, and then everyone was wondering why I was not the good Nintendo games. I was like, I was never good at the original Nintendo. It was like Super Nintendo games that I really got into. The original Nintendo was not very fun. It was full of basically no good games. I do not have fond memories of the original Nintendo. The original Zelda is not very good. It's just not. The original Mario is not very good. Super Mario 2 is not very good. They were an interesting idea at the time, but they weren't good. They were just there. Do I ever want to play again? Hell no. They were terrible. But at the time, they were better than Atari. Which is true. They were better than Atari. A lot better than Atari. Crazy, I know, but they were. First Final Fantasy game, not very good. Second Final Fantasy game, also trash. That one's really trash. If you've ever played the second Final Fantasy game, the real second one is trash. It's so bad. The only reason I think 13 is a worse game is because 13, you know, has no excuse for being trash. 2 just came out early on and they tried some new stuff that wasn't very good. 13's just trash. Take that, 13. You don't like, you like 13? Someone has to. Or you just like the old Nintendo games. Like, people think nostalgia, like, they look through these nostalgia glasses, but basically every platformer in the world is better than the original Mario games. It's just, they're terrible. The original Final Fantasy game, hey, basically every JRPG is better than them. They were crap. They had nothing. They were just new. And there was nothing else. So when you have nothing else, like, they were trendsetters, but they weren't good. They were just how we had. I was never excited by that, but it's what it is. Not anything on this. Someone's got like that trash. Super Nintendo is what got me into it. That was the one that had the way better games, so they actually fixed a lot of the dumb crap that existed in Nintendo, the original Nintendo. God. No thanks. A Link to the Past is way better than the original Zelda kind of thing, you know? Super Mario World is just 1,000 times better than Super Mario ever was. Are we going to talk about how much better Final Fantasy like 6 was over Final Fantasy 1? Because we didn't get 2 or 3, or how much better 4 was. Let's be fair here. And those, like, everything on the Super was just like all the bad things that sucked in the Nintendo games they took out. Like, I wouldn't have become a gamer if games had stayed like what Nintendo had originally made for the Nintendo. I wouldn't have done it. It's pretty much gonna be enemy hit, I imagine. Making games is a learning curve, even for AAA companies. I mean, there were indies back then. Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of those games that people think were like they can make themselves were actually made by lots and lots of people. I mean, the original Final Fantasy game wasn't made by just, you know, one person. But also, you have a lot of better tools now to make stuff too that you didn't have back then, so that's a thing to note, right? But you just have better stuff. Oh god, I didn't like Castlevania until like Symphony of the Night. I thought they were all trash before Symphony of the Night. They're just these repetitive things you just had to memorize stuff. Like, there wasn't anything exciting about them, there wasn't a lot of skill involved, it was just memorization. But it wasn't really fun. It was just that was a lot of the Nintendo games. It was about memorizing. Once you memorize what you had to do, you just what? But there was no real cues for anything like that. A lot of stuff was just kind of like, well, it just happened suddenly. Hope you noticed, but oh, you didn't have time. Things they didn't know to figure in because they were making new stuff. We're just saying battery low, Mayor. It's okay, one of them still works good enough for me. I guess I didn't charge this. Yeah, I don't have fond memories of a single Nintendo game. It really wasn't until Super Nintendo that I was happy. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure I played Duck Hunt, and yeah, we sat there with the dumb little trackpad for that track and field game, hitting the things like this. We didn't use a toothbrush. I didn't own it. Someone else owned it. And I just said, cool. Oh. So the best strategy is not to run up and down, but to just, you know, use your hands. Sweet. And then I win every game. So they all started using their hands too. Well, well, like actual FF, the original FF3, the real one is not good at all, but FF6 is my favorite one in the franchise. I'll say I just think it had the best story of the lot. To be completely fair, the most memorable characters, but do I think it had the best mechanics? Oof, I don't know about that, but it had a lot of interesting mechanics, and at the time, it does get some credit for being, you know, a trendsetter at the time, just like Final Fantasy VII gets it, even though like Final Fantasy VII was a very good game either. It was fine. It wasn't my favorite RPG on the PlayStation, but you know. Yeah, well, because actual 3 is like a trash version of 5. There you go. Actual 3 is just a trash version of 5. It literally just, it was the one that came up with the job system in the first place. And then 5 just did it better. And then obviously Final Fantasy Tactics did it way better. Yeah, like way better. You gotta go all the way till, well, I mean, it's a little bit of fond memories for Super Nintendo games, but, and then some PlayStation games, PS2 games, sort of. I mean, like, the farther one you get, the more fond memories I have of the games because they were just better games. As far as Final Fantasies, I didn't play 5 or 3 until significantly later because they weren't here. I loved 4 and 6. 4 was like the first one that really got me into Final Fantasy, even though I still think 6 is a better game, more fun, and 4's not that great of a game. Got such a dumb plot. Oh my god, Cain betrayed us again. Imagine that. I mean, I think it's like 10 now, sir. Oh, okay, well, we'll invite him back to the party again later. Why? The plot? Oh, okay. And then how you discover nobody dies in it, like basically nobody. Everyone just gets revived. It's like, was it Poram and Palam or something like that? They just... That's a horrible sacrifice, though, didn't it? Except for Teledeath. Oh my god, spoilers. Spoilers for like a 30-year-old game. Wrecked everyone who hasn't played it. I mean, you know, it's like Rydia, or like, I don't remember. The green-haired chick. She like dies but doesn't die. It had the same, oh look, here's a boss you didn't know about because reasons. I am Z-Miss. And now I am Zero-Miss. And who are you again? I'm the guy at the bottom of the final dungeon. Oh. Okay. Cool. That's great, bro. Why are we fighting you? Reasons. Huh. Okay. I guess let's get this over with. I guess this is an epic fight. Is this done yet? Let's go to the moon. What's at the moon? A hairy dude. That's fair. Is it Fuso Ya? Yeah. The best thing about him, we called him Rug Man for the longest time because when he died, he just turned into a little rug of hair with like a face sticking out. Real highlights there. I just would rename him to Rugman every time. And there was some really overpowered broken items if you knew not where to get them. It just changed the whole game. It was so unfair. But it was pretty linear. There wasn't a lot of, I mean, the characters had variety, but you couldn't change them up, so they were kind of like, this character is just complete trash and you basically never use them. Except for you have to use them because you can't change your party. And by the end of the game, you've saved every item under the sun for Edge to throw. You're just like... it's just... You go to the final boss, Edge is just dragging, like, you know, huge backpacks of trash behind him to show up at the boss. You're just like, this is gonna not go well. This is... You haven't used any elixirs or anything like that the whole game because you didn't ever need them. And it's like, how is the last boss ever going to beat us? You can't. There's no way he's beating this item horde back here. No way. It is impossible. There would need to be like 100 bosses like this to beat this item horde. This item horde has been collected. Yeah. Did it even have a dupe trick in that game? I know like 6 had a big dupe trick. I didn't even know how to do it, and I actually did it at some point. It's like where God, like, you know, he uses where you try to paint him with Rome. Causes the game to glitch. It was good old 6. 5 would have been a good game too if they ever made it over here, but we can get to later. So I'm looking at widget damage. I don't even know. I'm just chatting about Final Fantasy. Yeah, FF2, you can get in combat and equip a weapon, re-equip it, and something like that. I remember exactly. Yep. Well, there's actually a fun trick in the game I saw a speedrunner do. If you go up the flight of stairs like 60 times or something, it glitches the game. And they used to teleport all over the game, beat the game in like a short period of time. Like it's like really fast. As soon as they get to like the dwarven village underground or something like that, and from that point on they could just go to the end boss. I think there's a better way to do it now, but I remember when I saw it, I was like, so 60 flights of stairs, huh? This is the most awful speedrun thing you have to do over and over. Who wants to do this repeatedly? Why would you want to do this repeatedly? I had no idea. Oh, yeah. I used to speedrun Symphony of the Night and Jet Set Radio, so I know. Of course, all the tech I had back then was obviously nowhere near as good as what they have now, because it's been like, I don't know, 15 years or something. They're fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I would do it now, but I have another addiction called game dev. Where in the world am I spawning this? Spawn, yes. He's overlapping. Should be character damaged, I assume. Yeah. I'd be tempted to get back into it for funsies, but only if I ever reach a point where I can afford to take a break from... I don't even know if I want to take a break from game dev. Who am I kidding? Like, I wake up and want a game dev, so, you know. I don't know why I moved that down. It was actually the right height already. Whatever. I get gameplay tags. Actually, I have right here. Macron Warping, 4-2 Super Mario Bros. Divine acts like pipe, that's further ahead. Yep. I watched every single old school games, I speedrun on all of them. I used to watch the Games Done Quick thing. I kind of stopped because at some point you've seen all the good speedruns and I don't want to see yet another speedrun of the same games. So the only thing I tend to catch now is Awful Block, because it's games I've never seen before. Or maybe they have like a brand new game, I'll watch it and like, oh, that's cool. Otherwise, like, I've already seen everyone speedrun this, buddy. I don't care anymore. Actually, I should have done this a little. Well, whatever, I can do this way. If false, do this, and then I'm gonna... Is there an option to change the color on you? Why is this here? I think because I was gonna random it and I never did. Whatever, I don't care. And some of these old blueprints, you know? You can definitely tell I just kind of forgot about them. I don't like this. Yeah, I kind of want to get back into speedrun. It'd be kind of fun. But I also don't have time. I don't want to. For speedrun into Arcus, that's because it's super chill and calming personality. That's fair. But some people, they just speedrun the same game every night. Like, it's like Caleb Hart. Like, I've seen, like, he speedruns Final Fantasy VII every single night. Like, 5 nights a week. You know, I give props to his dedication. That's impressive. I could never play a game that many times in a row. I can't even imagine how many thousands of times he's played that game by now. Also, I don't think my bladder could successfully get through an entire Final Fantasy VII speedrun. The trick is to speedrun games It'd take less than a couple hours, you know? And you're probably sitting there drinking something, unless you are one of those people with either, like, you know, an industrial tinker-sized bladder, where you're just sitting there just dying of thirst the whole time, so you don't ever have to get up and use the restroom at any point, so you can beat your 10-hour speed run. Like, no. If the game takes longer than 2 hours to speed run, I ain't into it. It just isn't. It's not a thing. No. We run it crazy harder than the time save? It's fair. Yeah, I've seen, like, I watched Poexel a few times. I think I have them, like, on my Twitch thing. And, like, you know, they play some old RPG. Oh, it's cool. The problem is that I would only watch it, like, maybe once or twice and do it, and I never want to see it again, usually. I'm just gonna dupe this, probably, but I'm gonna see if I can change this easily or not. I don't think I can. I don't have an oil. But if I duplicate this and turn it into an oil by making it black, I'm okay with janking this here, because there's like contraptions in the game, and the contraptions are all parts thrown together. Them having oil instead of blood's way better than, you know, things like that. I mean, the regular toys aren't gonna have oil, but I think it'd be fun if toys had blood in them, so that's why I have them there. Couldn't imagine, like, the guy who ran every Dark Souls franchise game without taking a hit. What about the guy who plays Dark Souls blindfolded? Or those guys who play Dark Souls, but each one has one half of the controller. Have you seen that? Or that guy who beat Dark Souls with a Guitar Hero guitar. I like to think of it as weaponized autism. You could do things with that you could just never accomplish as a normal human being. No way. Like, what in the world? To be fair, here I am working on a game all night, night after night, so, you know, with, like, pure exclusion of anything else, so clearly I probably am not much better when you think about it. A little virile here. Probably not. Did that make it black? I don't know. No? I tried. I was excited for a second there. Like, I did this like 10-hour run attempts just to take a hit on the last boss. Yeah, I wish I had that patience. Yeah. A lot of things, like, if you want to do great things in life, a lot of times it really just comes down to just having the patience to keep going at it. Just keep doing it. Don't stop. And that's what I do. Like, it's not like I know better about all this stuff. I just keep working at it until eventually I just get it done. And I don't even know that much about these things yet. Here I am just trying to figure it out. Going, okay, well, how does one change the color on these? I don't know. Gotta find out. One way or another. One way or another. Didn't use or expose anything, huh? These suck. Should have bought better blood particles. It's true, but I'm not sure the payoff for this one is there. But you know, you see, a lot of times, it's just about doing something you love. And as you keep doing something you love, you'll just get better and better at it. To the point where you do things that no one else can do because you've just put the time in. And it's not really about making money or getting anything out of it other than just have fun. That's really what it comes down to. It's like, oh, cool. You might have picked your brain and details of why you felt the original Zelda game was bad and the game design itself. See, the thing about the original Zelda game, and I'll give it props in that it's some... Okay, it wasn't new. Because they were still, like, roguelike style games anyway in the past. They were just... It had better graphics, but to be fair, Nintendo had a lot of better graphics. I think a lot of it came down to quality of life, honestly. Just like a lot of the games, a lot of it came down to memorization. A lot of it came down to just you know, wandering through stuff that looked exactly the same. And a lot of it was limitations of the engine itself. I mean, you couldn't have that many different things on these cartridges, so you just, you know, they couldn't use a lot of graphics. So stuff basically just looked the same almost everywhere, and that wasn't very good. I'm not going to say the game was like I say, it's like the original Star Wars thing, or just Star Wars, no, original Star Wars in general. Like, it was just the, they get props for being something unique and new at the time where they were pushing the limits of what was there. So I'll give them some props for that, even though I think that, like, say, Link to the Past and all of later came better. But like, say, it suffered from the same thing that a lot of Nintendo games suffered from, where it was just a lot of memorization, a lot of, you know, quality of life things that kind of sucked. Like, you'd go into a room, and as you stepped in that room, there'd be an enemy right there, which would knock you right through the door back out. Did you have a chance to respond to that? No. Because the enemy just happened to be right there. So you'd encounter things like that, and with no real plot, no clear way to go. Like, because later ones tried to at least have some functional story or reason for it. It's more just like, start walking, bro. You'll figure it out. Okay. And like I say, to be fair, there was not a lot of space in those cartridges. So they had to really make cuts. And to be fair, they probably could have squeezed in a little something. Maybe not. I guess, yeah, it's really just like all the ones. Everything that came out on Super Nintendo just did it better. They took out everything that was tedious and awful about the Nintendo games. Like, or Nintendo itself took all its own franchises and just took out the tedious crap that made the original ones not that great. So it was really a quality of life issue. It's like the whole Super Mario thing where, you know, the controls on the jumps were terrible in the early Mario games. And Super Mario World comes along and fixes like all of that. Provides you new fun things to do like that. It's just saying Nintendo gets props, original Nintendo, for just being a trendsetter. Yeah, that's the problem. If you have to read a book to know the story in a game, why didn't you just read the book? So, I mean, like I said, many of those games really just get props for being new for what they were. But there's no fond memories there. Like I said, the quality of life was trash back then, and that's why all my fond memories would be of the Super Nintendo versions of the games. The best NES game. I have to pick a game that's actually good on the NES? Jesus. So hard. It's so bad. Maybe I should be like, which one would I most be willing to play again if someone had a gun to my head? Whichever one's the shortest. That fair? Man. Am I forgetting any good ones on that engine? Here, a reminder of various games in there. I never played the original Metroid, so that was... It might have been good, but I never played it. I don't know, I'd want to. I'm actually going over a list of the best games to see if I can remember half of them. Hell yeah, Duck Hunt. Duck Hunt might have been the best game on there. Okay, here's just a list of bad games there. Screw this game. Screw this game so much. This was actually... Might have been the later version. Whatever, I'm going to hate on it because they had a manual you had to dunk in water in order to find out the answer to one of the puzzles or you couldn't beat the game. Hate that game. I never played Earthbound Beginnings. Oh, Mega Man games. Mega Man games. I don't remember half these games. I did play them though. I played Guardian Legend and didn't think it was that great, but Old Bubble was fine. Super Mario 2 was definitely better than 1. Is this the one that was... Is that the one that was actually fun? Dr. Mario? Did a lot of that. I just hate Tetris. I mean, I played a bunch of it, but I still hate Excited Game Boy, so we obviously played a bunch of Tetris because it came with Tetris. Mega Man 4, sure. Castlevania, I mean... Like I say, the original Castlevania was just memorization. I didn't like them very much at all. DuckTales was a lot of fun. I remember this one. DuckTales was fun. Credit where credit is due to DuckTales. I never played Dragon's Warrior. I'm sorry, Dragon Warrior. We gotta remember, I was like a kid. I couldn't afford half this crap. So, you know. Hell yeah, Kirby. Okay, this was fun until you get to Mike Tyson, and then it was really hard to beat Mike Tyson back in the day. I remember that. Interesting. Oh, Mario 3 was on there? Okay, never mind, Mario 3. They're right. Mario 3 is way better than most of that list. They fixed a lot of problems in Mario 1. Unlike Zelda 2, which did not fix any of the problems and was just complete trash by... Well... It wasn't fun. I remember Zelda 2. It wasn't fun at all. I mean, I don't mind side scrolls. Obviously, I said Mario 2 was pretty good, but for whatever reason, Zelda 2 was not fun. I'd say the Mega Man games were fun. I enjoyed them. They're right. Zelda wasn't like that bad. Like, it wasn't the worst game I ever played. I just don't think it was as good as the Super Nintendo versions, and it showed. Like, it just had a lot of tedious crap. But it's very high up there on the list. But yeah, I mean, Punch Out was fine. Yeah. I mean, a lot of their top ones were pretty decent for what it was. Am I interested in playing it again? No. Yeah, well, the thing about Punch Out, it was fun, was just watching your friends get knocked out by Tyson. That was it. Watching your friends get knocked out by Tyson. Yeah. There's nothing else great about it. We were just laughing because our friends get knocked out by Mike Tyson. That was it. That was the whole game. You're just like, oh look, Mike Tyson took another one down. Huh. So I have fond memories of watching people get upset being knocked out by Mike Tyson. Was it a great game? No, it had some funny fights. I gotta give them some credit. Some of the little meme crap they did was funny. And I like watching the little videos of the other meme versions of those games they make later because they're just funny. They have some stupid gimmick. You're right, they're pure memorization. The first blindfold run I ever saw was some guy beating it blindfolded, and I was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's great. Let me see if I can put that. Is it even possible? I'm not even trying to change the color of these things. I think I'm just gonna use a different particle until I figure it out. Because I don't know much about the Niagara particles at all. I'm gonna open a window though real fast. It's very hot here. One sec. This is like, I don't even know. I'm 44 now, so you can probably guess whatever it was around then. When did the Super Nintendo come out? Been like would I have been like 11 or 12 maybe? Hard to guess. No, because I remember being really excited and locking myself in a weekend, or in a room for the weekend playing Final Fantasy VI. So that means I probably would have been older than that. So I don't know when I actually got. I probably got a year or two after it came out. Super release date. When did it happen? Remind me, because I do not remember. It was released in 1990. Wait, no, that was the Japanese one. 1991 was when it was released over here in August. I probably got it a couple years later. So I would have been like, I'd imagine 12, 13 when I first got one. Probably got about a year after it came out, maybe two. I don't remember exactly when. Obviously, it's been way too long for that. Don't do me like that, bro. There ain't no way I'm remembering that. That's hard. Um, um, I guess just a spray for contraption, I guess. I'm gonna name Bloody Spray so I can just keep track of it. It's easier. Yeah, I definitely got much more into it with Super Nintendo. I don't remember the games I owned anymore. I'd have to look at a list to have any idea by now. My memory is just not gonna remember all that. I ain't gonna pretend. It doesn't even remember yesterday half the time. That's actually totally incorrect. I remembered working on that stupid Steam page. That's all I did all weekend was work on the game anyway. Yeah. What's this crap? Some trail thing? Is it cool looking? I don't know. Sure. I don't know, Genesis. We were poor. So I owned, it was Super Nintendo or a Genesis. Well, I mean, at the time, Super Nintendo was the one that we had because it, I don't think Genesis even came out when I got Super Nintendo. Or if it did, we just hadn't heard about it. Genesis didn't have a lot of games, though. I think that was kind of like the downside of it. Just didn't have a lot of games. These are cascades. I guess I could use a cascade. I don't have to use the other. Maybe a little explosion can just happen on them whenever they're hit instead of like blood or something. It just hits, makes a little explosion. We have a machine, I guess. I don't really have an oil particle, so I'm gonna have to recolor one, I guess, which means I need to. I mean, if I could just redo the way the blood ones are done, that would probably work fine. I have to do some research on how to even pull that off, though, because I don't really know. And I don't feel like researching it right now, to be 100% honest. I don't want to. Like, They make more enemies, too. Maybe like some electricity hitting him or something. That's not electricity. I was working with time, SNES and Genesis came around, so I had both. I did yard work to earn money with SNES, but it wasn't like a job. That's fair. I guess if you're gonna be like not lazy or something. Weirdo, jeez. What's up with that? I was a lazy kid. Also, we spent a lot of time outside. We didn't get to play too much. My mother had a habit of saying, go outside. That's it. We'd go outside. Then we'd come back in later on. Because we had to eat. And then she'd like, go to bed. Like, okay. We played on the weekends mostly. It's not realistic blood. I don't even know what I'm fun here. Let's just look under her explosions. This look good? That might look better than the original one I'm actually using. Maybe. Like my neighbor working in a game? Better know. All I was monitoring out for Sinister and a Thunderstorm. I was on final level of Mario 3 with Bowser. See every time about it after a few decades later. Oh my gosh. Never forget. It's funny. That's right, man. I still go to therapy over it. Wait, what? Oh gosh. I'm so sorry. That would be funny. Awkward, but funny. I'm being so lazy and worthless tonight. That's fair. That's the event destroyed by a spawner. Destroy death waiting room. Well, alternate death has its own thing, doesn't it? It's up here. I remember you now. Ah, yes, this recycled firebomb thing I always use. Is that better looking than the other? I don't think so. This seems like it's better to me, right? Yeah. Huh. Curious if that looks any better. Nope, don't do that. Spawn system. Location. Rotation. Derp this in there. Attempt to derp this in there. Hey, that's a cascade particle. Wait, what? What's the problem? For some reason I thought it was one of the others. That look any better? We'll go test. How long have I been working this game? About 15 months or so. Maybe 16. Give or take. I messed with it a tiny fraction before. I got into it, then had a bunch of health problems for like 2.5 years, and then got back into it because I was like, oh, I'm gonna mess with this for like a couple months. Kind of dinked with it while I had the health problems too. It was slow going. So I probably messed with the engine, I don't know, a good 6 months before I really got into this game. Over the course of time. Gotta blow this thing up. Hello, everyone. Like, wow. You're gonna use this room now for your levels, huh? Wait, do I not have any minions here that can be blown up? I guess I can just spawn in minions that blow up. What do I have set for the washroom? Trying to make things explode, but I need a thing here. I'm being super lazy tonight and just slow. Alright. Are you a game dev developer? So, Roper? It's Roper, I don't know. Is it? Or is it Morale? No? The cat? I mean, Morale makes more sense. That's true. Listen, I blame the alcohol. I haven't had enough yet. If I had more alcohol, everything would make more sense. I might also be speeding up my process here. Alright, I guess at the encounter table, because I'm not going to sit there and look for things to blow up. I just want to blow stuff up. Or I could just drop a spawner in, too. That's true, I could drop a spawner. Ah, whatever. I'll use this system, I'm lazy. Washroom. In the washroom, we're spawning. Back contraptions and Wally, so perfect. Do this. Team water first. Also, yeah, you're saying it right. Better than you ate last summer. I walk from it, take it back to it now. Oh, nice. Welcome back to the addiction. I'm at the engine. I didn't mean the engine. It's an addiction. Oh, I deserve that. Oh, that's right, you can fly. Go back and fight. Ah, that explosion's not too bad. I gotta set these ones to have a flying AI. They're not actually game ready. They should be, but they're not. Hard to tell the explosion on that one. Well, it's not too bad. Still might be better though. What's the music in this room? Why did I put this music in this room? I don't know. It's not actually a room that's actually ready for a game. I use it as my beat things up room. Oh. Roll some dice, give him health back.
1, 3, 5.
Enemies that don't move are great. That explosion kind of sucks. It's like slow. Like I'm just not liking it. It's just not for me. I feel like it'd be way better, but this firebomb explosion is like better by far. Yeah, that one's good. My knee hates me right now for some reason. I don't know why. Blah 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 blah. You're gonna make me draw a kid up in there, aren't you? I still need to hit particle form too, for that matter. I haven't done that yet. I get to walk around for a second. I guess I've been sitting for like almost 3 hours or something like that since I last stood up, and I think it's protested a lot. It's like, why would you do this? I'm like, I don't know, buddy. Oh, that's pretty satisfying. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Okay, so we use a smaller one for the other, for the head. Almost had a cascade do it. It's not the one I really wanted. I should have picked that one first, but I didn't do it. Too continuous, I don't want that. Nah. Wonder if the hit one will be fine. Let's just dump this on there. And I'll just get rid of this crap. And then on the NPC here, Hey, T Junior is, how's it going? Or there's TJR is. Oh, just in time? We just in time. Also, my earbuds went dead for some reason. Whatever. I didn't charge the other ones, it's my bad. Swap earbuds real fast. I don't remember to charge the other ones because I didn't bother to charge them and they just almost immediately died. Almost maybe like a couple hours, but that's like almost immediately, right? I was thinking whenever I swap them. Alright, so target damage, character damage. Where did I put that thing? Character damage right here. This one, I just need this step here. NPC, swap this. I definitely need to get an oil setup going on as far as like I'm shooting oil. I don't have anything of the sort. And I need to learn to use the Niagara particles, or actually how to edit them. If I want to make them, I might. Because, well, I have blood particles, but, you know, they're the wrong color. Wish I bought better blood particles, those are terrible. Did he even spawn a hit when I shot him, or when I hit him? Like, did I even notice the hit? It's kind of overkill. Every time they hit, they make an explosion on them. I gotta admit, it's more fun when they make explosions. Especially because they scale it for the big ones. Not that the wallies do much. I gotta make the flying AI work on them. I'm probably just gonna steal the AI from the little skeletons. That's satisfying. That reminds me. Always make note of ideas. Anytime I come with any idea for anything, I just write it down because I might use it and I need to make a lot of abilities, so, you know. I think I like them better with the huge explosions. Like, just over the top things because, you know, it's just like with the extra amounts of blood for no reason. It just shows up so much better. It's not like these are realistic anyway. I mean, that one explosion would have more blood than Poppet could possibly fit in her body, but who cares? It's still more fun, right? At least you know you got hit. Ain't no one guessing there, so I like that a little better. At least the contraptions aren't exploding with blood now, which made no sense whatsoever. I mean, they're still not great, but I'm just saying, you know, it could be better. Yeah, but I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast, and I'll leave everyone to stare at the sky for a bit. This is the outside world, but it's a digital outside world, so it's still safe. Just saying. We're right back. Alright. Onward to glory or something, yes. Dog glory. Definitely dog glory. I feel like I accomplished so much over the weekend that, you know, today I'm just like, how much work am I even doing? I was literally working all the way up until, like, you know, right before the stream, actually even during the stream, to finish the Steam page. That sucked. But, you know, it is what it is. Can't, it was so funny when I first started, like I said, I was like so worried about things being like, you know, perfect and wonderful. Pretty soon by then I'm just like, I just want it done. I don't even care. Make it stop. It's so funny to watch the difference. I had no desire to continue. It was wild. Just absolutely wild. I could work on a new area, but I really want to finish the newer stuff, or the original stuff, or just get it as good as it is. But I'm hitting a point where things are difficult to make better. Well, now it's just because the thing shot blood out, which was, you know, clearly contraption shouldn't do that. What's wrong with the new life room? What's wrong with this thing? I swear, I just really has problems. It's probably because I was like done with the day, didn't want to do anything else. So, what's wrong with the new life room? Let's figure this out. It's still not getting the first room of the thing until, like, you cross one, so... Well, those aren't spawning. This spawned in, so that's fine. I think I fixed some of the problems. The enemies are weird. Exactly one enemy spawned in. I think it's because the encounter system eats them. I'm pretty certain that's exactly what's happening, is the encounter system is designed to eat them if they're at a certain distance. And only permanent enemies can stay in. So, let's see. I could make a subset of them that are permanent. That's an option. I want enemies to hit her to explain how to fight. I could make this its own separate little room. And this way, if it has its own little room, then it's, I don't have to worry about fighting in it. And thus can put the encounter smarter. So basically one wall solves my problem. Is that going to be better? And the wall's just like a weird little thing like this that goes through here, like a little kid's thingy. That could be interesting. I'm game to try. right? Any brushes on this level? Most certainly aren't. Okay, well. I could have more save points too. Kind of debating on if I should. One of the unfortunate problems is going to be that there's just not a lot of there's not a lot of healing in the very beginning, so the game's going to start off a lot harder, and I'm not sure I like that. Like, it seems like it might be too hard early on. So that's a concern of mine. Well, I can wall this off, or I can just, you know, treat it as a separate room. Because it's already kind of walled off as is, right? That's true. But I want to explain about combat here. And if I random the encounters in, that doesn't work. Oh. I didn't think about when I was making a new encounter system, there'd be one room where I actually wanted to spawn things in normally. I didn't think about that at all. Problematic. I might also want to get rid of these trigger boxes because I don't like the trigger box idea. I don't like anything putting on a level blueprint. If anything happens, then you have to redo all this crap. I had to do that once already. I already guess it's set up, so I'm not sure I want to change it, but it would have been a lot better if I just put blueprints in the world. That when you overlapped them, they did their thing, and then they just destroyed themselves. Instead of having this on the levelings, and I could have recycled them across everything. I should probably do that. Because I don't have to redo this code every single level, and there's going to be... Well, I'll have to do it 4 times, basically. I don't want to do it 4 times. Yeah. Let's rework these. I don't want to do this code multiple times over. And tonight's a terrible night on Twitch. There's like no one. Eh. Sometimes it happens. Where'd I put the room info? Going folder info stuff, sure. call it BP Story Box. I have no idea why I didn't do it this way. Trigger boxes just did not exist in this world. I'm just gonna say it. Actually, Legend. It's like no world where I'm excited by these things here. I'm just gonna set the world scale to be. I don't need to. I'm not gonna move them around from thing. I'll just move the actual thing around, right? Like I don't need to move the box. It's weird. No, I do want to scale it because I might want to make it more rectangular. Damn. Well, scales it as is, so there's no point in the other ones, right? Because it's just move it places and rotate it. Am I gonna rotate it? I don't think I am. I guess it's valuable to just have that. I don't know if it matters. I don't think it triggers it, but you never know. Oops. I might want gameplay tags as well. You never know. Don't do that. Branch it. Right, so besides I can remember the code I did, well, remember what I need to actually make code for, I guess, not necessarily that. So I don't really want to do that. Can I just copy this over? I'm curious now. I can. Maybe I just copy code, save myself some trouble. Actually, I even noticed is I just had a Poppet check built in that was like better. Never redo code if you don't have to. I used to actually stack Poppet too. I kind of want to get the other things though. Probably a little heavier, but I'm sure I'll end up using the gameplay tags now because I've been adding gameplay tags for everything now. Maybe at some point use the game animation sample as well. No, actually not sample, no, I think that's the one, isn't it? Ability sample, that's what it was. The story things can just spawn stuff in, thus solving my problem. Thinking about it, that makes the most sense, right? Because I just want to spawn things. I could actually use the boss spawner too. And actually, the boss spawner is even better because it locks you into a location, forcing you to fight. It was originally designed as a way where the game was more of a linear type of game, a more linear platform type of game where you could lock people into places, forcing them out to fight. So that's what it was originally going to be, but not so much now. Okay. The only problem with this is you can't really, Yeah, there's some issues here. If they're not each individual ones, then it will be, I won't be able to have like different information on here, right? Each one of these did something different. I'll have to have like some sort of an array set up for them or something. I could have a WoW each, and then have And have to have like a variable for dialogue asset, audio, a speaker, and that makes more sense. And then just a delay and delay amount in there. You have clear head dialogue. I was gonna do all the story stuff eventually. I didn't write a lot of this early story stuff, but so I kept changing things. But at some point, I'm gonna have to come up with something that's pretty good. Well, mostly with the major events. A lot of the later story stuff is more written. The early story stuff, I really don't know how much story I should even have sometimes. Wait. This code from a while ago, so the problem with that is it's going to be a little mediocre. The farther back I go with my code, the worse it gets every time. Okay, so then for the needs of the story, I basically have a way to clear, that's good. And then I wish I didn't do that. It would just be on an end overlap. Made it harder on myself for no reason. Didn't need to promote this variable. I should do that, and then it's just a question of looping these. And I forgot there's no easy way to find a do end. I hate that. That's why I end up copy pasting it all the time because it's so annoying to find the do end from the list. There it is. I basically need a struct here, essentially. Well, I mean, I just don't have to have a struct, but it seems like it'd make a lot more sense to have a dialogue audio and then two things in the struct, and I think that's all I need for it. It's possible I'll change it later. Outside having a beard, you get hair in your mouth. It's like that. Terrible. Not a fan. Where the structs at? Kind of just wherever. Maybe it would be better to have them all one location. Kind of just where they're useful at. What is this? That's soft. I could just moused over it. Dumb. Soft object ref. Makes sense. Hmm. Well, if it's an array, I can just do the first ones in the array. Is there any point in having any kind of map variable? Is that necessary? I think it is. I think it's just going to be an array. Oh, it's a name type of array, huh? Interesting. What am I doing? I can just make it a structure what I want. Confusing the two. And being dumb. My brain's like, derp. And I'm like, yep, very much. There are gonna be problems with this. But I'm tired of dealing with trigger boxes and how crap those are. I'm also tired of having to redo the same code over and over and everything. Right? It's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. For sure, I'm wasting a bunch of time on something that could have been just done as I was already doing. So the player doesn't have this item for some reason. That's fine, yeah, sure, so that's fine. So if they do have it, then... Oh, I see, because, you know, if they have it, then they'll do this progress story thing, and then the next time... This still seems really backwards. Do I have this is supposed to be like, okay, yeah, if you do... then don't do something. If false, then do something. But here, I have the opposite set for some bizarre reason. Why? Like, I'm not crazy, right? Should they return yes or no? Yeah, if it finds and then returns yes. How is this not backwards then? I was probably checking to see if it's yeah, a particular item. The main reason I like the trigger box method is every time anything happens, the level gets corrupted or messed up, then you have to... You can't copy that over as easily. Causes a lot of problems. Whereas, obviously actors do not have this issue, so I hate trigger boxes on levels. It's like the worst setup ever unless your game is tiny. At least in my experience, it causes a lot of trouble. Alright. I'll find let's just get show off. Not use a raise. I usually don't use a raise at all. I don't find it very handy most of the time. Alright. Yeah, I'm just subbing one from that. Let's do a less than, right? You get cleaner. It should be less than or equal, right? Definitely need more robust storytelling devices. We're making this harder. A lot of it just comes down to how much trigger boxes cause problems. And having to redo code that I don't want to redo ever. Across multiple levels, which is just going to happen, and there's not much I can do about it. What is going on with that speed? This feels worse than the other thing. By a lot. But why is the box doing that? Like, where is the box that I'm transforming here? Man, this room's such a problem child. All because I'm in a tutorial area. And random encounters aren't very good for a tutorial area. Probably just made some permanent enemies. I'll leave you in a second. I actually have an idea. I don't like where that one's even going. I'll revisit it in a sec. These ones will be lamer. I thought about it and realized something pretty important here, that the these new first ones should probably do less damage anyway. It's having tutorial versions, things probably not bad. I could actually have weaker enemies early on too. Doesn't deal with the story problem I was thinking about, but will make these easy to beat up. I should be making more enemies instead of dicking around with something like that, though we do have to do some story things, so at some point it is going to matter. Kind of want a more robust story system. Where the hell's the room info? Here? Yep. Also gonna start testing without all the abilities equipped too. I'll have to make a button that unequips all the abilities, or make one that equips them all. Everything but the world. I don't want to equip the world with that. It's hard to not equip one of them though. No. Start from the beginning. Let's read. That's the whole point of this. Start from the beginning area. Kind don't make strength also exist near, just so I can have strength allow you to grab ledges and pull them up. But then it has to be some kind of a weapon, and I really don't want to make another weapon right now because of how much time and effort that goes to do. Probably didn't think of this before. The weekend anything, just color them different. My setup's like a palette swap, easy enough. Impermanent lets me ignore that problem. That's helpful. I think I fixed the other problems in this room. It's really just what I want to do with that dialogue. I mean, the system already does work. It's tedious as all help. There's really no way to make doing a whole bunch of dialogue events anything but tedious, so it's just always going to be tedious. Let's leave the room and then come back in. I got that bug again, didn't I? When did they come back? Guess just gotta get far enough away, give him time, huh? So it's a bug with that. Fair enough. The room works now. Even though I went off on a tangent that really wasn't all that handy, and I'm not sure what I'm really gonna do with it. I'm not doing it all over right now. That was part of a command thing that I decided I was going to take that out. We command Oliver in a battle against Charlotte. Maybe for later. Any battle with Charlotte takes a huge amount of space. He's so big. It really makes it hard. I'm just gonna go fix this stupid wall. It's been sitting on my list forever. Talk is one material, it's the wrong direction on it. I can't fix it. Gotta remake the whole wall. Maybe I should do level design. I've been doing so much coding lately, and Oh, I'm doing so much work lately in general on this game. Say almost the whole weekend was just working on this game. Do all the crap that I... Well, mostly a lot of it's that Steam crap. That was exhausting. It's this wall down here that needs to be remade. Thank God it's only one direction. Like one size. Oh. No navigation, I'm not doing that if I can avoid it. When I always find something to improve my project? Yep. I mean, if you look hard enough, there's always something you can make better, but I think at some point you also have to go, you know, is it worth it? But in your instance, you know, you're just making stuff better for the, you know, to sell it, so makes sense, you keep making it better. Plus, choice is already on the market. There's that, pretty helpful too. But I end up stopping myself a lot of times because it's just too much. And I'm like, I don't really need to do this. It's kind of annoying and kind of pointless. And thanks for the count, Vector. But very yawn today. I suspect I'll have a lot more energy tomorrow. I had to, like, You trying to focus on optimization? It's fair. Oh. We're now to get Amazon's do pay here. Nice. Gotta love them ads. Yeah, optimization's good. It's kind of what I'm doing right now is improving and fixing a lot of crap. It just needs to be fixed. I mean, there's just a lot of, you know, stuff that just is not there yet and probably won't be for some time. Did I convert all these over? Guess so. I have to work on level design, but I really think I should be focusing on that first area, even though I don't want to right now. But I'm fixing this wall. It's just one dumb wall that needed to be fixed a while ago. And I didn't fix it. I should, but I didn't. A lot of soft references. Soft references are wonderful. Also interfaces. Yup. Yep. You're 8 years old and you realize you can use a widget blue. Widget blue to use interfaces. Yep. I've been using them all the time. I don't code. Interfaces are great. Everyone should use 1 million of them. There's like no reason not to. They're basically my go-to for handing information around. I never use event dispatchers, it's just them. And they're like, but in this very narrow instance, the event dispatch is better. And I'm like, I don't care. That's like extra work. I'm gonna stick with the one thing that gets it all done, you know? Like a champion. Let everyone else do the hard stuff. Well, it's not really hard, but I don't know, I like to keep things simple. Epic doesn't like to, but I do. Huh. It's actually too perfect. Now it is less perfect and therefore better. Oh, I didn't realize I need to raise it up higher on this side. Damn. Probably especially the hard reference somehow. Yeah. I couldn't find a use for him. I mean, yeah. A lot of times, if I want to hand a reference around without doing a hard one, I'll often bounce it to the player. Because anyone can get access to the player. So, like, when the player first starts in, like, she finds a reference to the Puppet Master, and then everyone else just asks her for it. I mean, she uses Final Actors with tag, but she only does it the one time. And they could actually have the Puppet Master just call her, for that matter. I might even have switched that, I remember. But then, you know, Poppet has a reference to that now, and anyone can, you know, get the reference to that. So everyone, you know, spawns in, messages Poppet for where the Puppet Master is, and then sends a message to the Puppet Master, be like, hey, I'm here. You know, it's like... I found that to be pretty good. You can also use the game mode as well. Problem with the game mode is I switch between them, depending upon if I'm testing or not. So that's a problem. There's a game instance. I could use that. There's a player controller. I think it's better just to reference the player. Poppet's the record keeper. She keeps track of every single variable. She basically knows all her own stuff. And then, you know, it gets written to a save file later, but that's later. Everyone just references her, asks her questions and things. I find it's a lot easier. It should be pretty solid. Alright, dispatches in the framework, like game instance or game mode or even player controller. Fair enough. That's like interfaces. I don't need hard references to anything. Makes life easy. Hard references are bad. I really just make a point of trying never to have them on anything of any real importance. Like, you know, if something, like, if I have something that spawns in exactly the one thing and that's all it does, like, it's like, okay, well, I'm literally a blood particle that spawns in. Okay, well, that can have its hard reference to its blood particle. Like, it'll be a blueprint that just destroys itself later. I don't care about that because it's just referencing, you know, one thing that's on itself. It's fine. Otherwise, I try to keep it pretty minimal. I mean, could you imagine if Poppet had to reference like 44 pieces of gear? Jesus. Why are we taking forever? It would be, you know, take forever to do anything. So it's rare that I do the other. I just try to avoid it. Yeah. I'm pretty much finding the more I do this, the more I really limit the new stuff I use. I really don't go out of my way to use anything new. If I already know a way to do something and can just get it done, I'll just do it. There are other ways. Epic loves to make new ways all the time, but the time it takes to learn stuff is just, it makes it not typically worth it unless it, like, it's something that's drastically better for some purpose. Then I'll think about it, but otherwise, like, I don't know if I really want to use this. It's just an extra thing that probably didn't need to be there. That happens so often, though. Things that don't need to be there. Epic has a real habit of fixing problems that didn't exist. And leaving the ones that were always there, still there. I knew I'd be exhausted tonight. I went over to the doctor's to get a blood test yesterday. I showed up with an hour and 15 minutes before the lab closes. And they proceeded to dick around until 3 minutes after the lab closes. Like, oh, you can go get the test now. And I was like, really? So I stayed awake. I went there early this morning because I knew I wouldn't get it done otherwise anytime soon, and did not sleep a huge amount because of it. I was very sad. Alright, so all because that guy just really had to take that extra time. I would have been so annoyed with him, but he wasn't necessary. Ollie said, yeah, okay, you can go, he even checked me out like that. He's just like, yeah, we can schedule that. I was like, I waited an hour and 15 minutes to hear, sorry, hour and 18 minutes to hear, yeah, we can schedule that. That was your whole meeting? Stupid. I hate the medical industry. But yes, that's why I'm tired today. I'm like, that should be good enough. The wall's not sticking out anywhere I need to know about. I need to go through and optimize the layout of this level a bunch. That's fine because it's not sticking in the room, it's just sticking right there. Sure. How I called this place? Lower decks wall, I guess. I renamed everything with pirate names. Well, actually, like ship names, I should say. Oops. I need to brass to it. Yep, so it's 3 holes in that, and that's all I care about. Sure. I'm not gonna waste my time trying to generate collision for this. I know it won't work. And I'm not gonna manually put it in there, even though I thought about it. That fixes the wall from there. That wall's been bugging me for a while because it literally just had one side because of a bug. I forgot how the bug is triggered, but the bug causes one side to be 90 degrees the wrong direction. So you'll end up with one side that's messed up and it's irritating. So I didn't notice it at first, so I completed a bunch of walls and they had a broken side on them. Well, a rotated mesh side. Didn't matter with the metal, it matters a lot with the bricks. You know how much sleep either? It's fair. Who sleeps, man? Who sleeps? That's what I'm saying. Ain't nobody sleep. It's weird. I probably won't go much more than 8 hours tonight, honestly. Then tomorrow I'll just stream a huge amount. I've had time to really rest up after all that. Now they don't have to get the stupid Steam page done. I might also be able to stream doing DAS. Apparently, because I was looking, and I guess there's profiles for OBS, and I was testing the new AMD codecs, and they seem to work okay. Not enough that I didn't get enough testing to really have faith in them tonight. So probably because I ran exactly one small test and didn't have time to run the others. So I might be able to like work on characters or something after I find a way to sanitize DAS. DAS is not a program that's very Twitch safe. I must say, it's really not a program that's Twitch safe. It's like the least Twitch safe program. Particularly more once I'm out of work, I'm on real. Yep, I'm that way too. If it wasn't for health problems, I would pretty much be on this so often. I'm already on a disgusting amount. To the point where I don't go outside enough. Guess I could do like sound effects or something. A lot of these I don't have to fix until later because I won't need them for the demo for Epic. I really just need the first section, if assuming that's what I wanted for the demo, but I'm assuming that's basically what I want to do. I haven't seen this happen ever, I guess, since. I'm pretty certain I fixed it. That's true, the little biteys make that same annoying noise over and over and over and over and over and over and over. It's probably just they don't have any other behaviors to choose from. Knows how to move random in there so they don't spam it all the time or something, just to make it a little less ridiculous. I kind of like them launching sometimes. Oops. That's dumb. I really got these sound effects and more particles and things. It's all the stuff that really polishes it up and makes it look really nice. Or sound nice, just play nice, and in general be good. Should be funny here to test with. I should make more enemies for the first area too, but I don't really need that many more for the other thing there. I can kind of break them up a little bit, but I need to tone this area down. It doesn't need the cannons or anything. It could just have the little biteys. Why do you make that noise over and over? What are you doing? What am I doing now with that? Mouse is not working for some reason. Mouse, hello. You dead or something? I'm buying a mouse. I got a quarter one if I'm desperate. I'm notoriously cheap. Also, the more I use wireless stuff, the more I miss corded stuff, because corded stuff seems to last a million years. The wireless stuff barely seems to make it even a fraction of the time. Kind of dumb. Kicked it. How are you able to continuously do that? I think it just needs a delay or something. A little better. Almost like they might need to have other indicators of attacking and things, but I'm gonna move around a second, try to wake myself up a bit more. Get that second wind if possible. I'll stare over at the blimps. Be right back. I went to come sit back down and like wrong pipe something. I was like, yeah, joking over there. You know, when you try to breathe and eat something at the same time or whatever happens, it didn't work out so hot. 0 out of 10. Can't recommend it. My throat's all like that. Oh well. Alright. I didn't give these things any noises at all. I probably should find something that acts as a noise. I'll probably wake up YouTube people that way. Well, it's not people watching YouTube. It was not like 10 or something. Which, you know, it's a low number for them. Sound effects. I figure I'm just going to slowly do it just every day, just work on the sound effects for one of them. Maybe add more particles. I'm not sure what other particles to add. Like, I admit when it comes to just random, make them seem more lifelike behaviors or extra particles, I don't have that much that isn't just like spells and things, so they're probably not going to be the most interesting when they're not fighting. But to be fair, nothing really sits around in this game, everything just spawns in anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter that much. I was trying to think of other things you could put in there, and I was like, but what? What would I even put in there? Maybe I'll do some research on other ideas that can be implemented. But I have these cartoon monsters. I figured I'd just recycle a bunch of cartoon monsters for all the dumb little voodoo dolls and just pointless things that, you know, they just kind of do their thing. Still kind of choking on it for some reason. Did I not include a sound option in this? I could have sworn I did. Ability sound right there. Okay, so yeah, it's just ability sound. And it's just put into there. All right. Now I was putting everything in NPC ability system. I remember that. And I just, I don't know if I finished or not. It's kind of hard to map everything into it because not everything's easily fits, but you know. All right, time to do the most fun part of sound design where you just sit there and click random things and figure out if it works. Sure. Just gonna go with it. a little dopey noise. Whoa. That's angry. Sure. So if they're good attack, we'll use that one. The sound wave work? No, it's gotta be a Q. Turn it into a Q. Drop it on there. Oh wait, do I just have a built-in modulate? I might. Is there a built-in modulate? I don't think there is. Where's ability sound at used? Nowhere. Nowhere at all. Yes, you're doing the play montage. Hmm. No, I didn't include this. That's strange to me. The thing about sound works, you really can't listen to music either because you're too busy messing with sounds. That's true. It's got to kind of go down both, unfortunately. Unless the projectile graph has it. Does it? I guess I could spawn sound farther down here, too. I probably need to make certain it's valid, even. That's true. Validated, get that. Not valid, do this. Is valid, play the sound. Let's go into this, then to this. This goes to here. Make sure the other one's valid too. It's just unfortunately set up. Yeah, it is. Whatever. I don't want it to break if it's not valid, so, you know. It's nothing here. We go over here. Validate and get. If valid, play sound. Continue. If not valid, just continue. Sure. I cared so little about sounds, I didn't even program in the ability to use that. About that. And let's use the other one that sounds like they're kind of flying. Create a queue real quick. Dump it on here. There's a trick though. I don't remember what it was. They don't always sound the same. It's a dumb little trick. I always forget it. Like that. Write that down. I might want to tell people about that. Here, oh, where did I put? Do it here? Yeah, the modulator. That's what we wanted. Basically, it just gives you a random pitch and volume between some values you give, so this way, every time you play it, it sounds a little different. So you see it's a little bit different every time, but you only had to use one sound. It's a good system. I recommend it. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Back to the monster things and load that one up too. Actually, I don't have to do that. I can just go directly to the voodoo. Hey, don't I add the modulator too? Nope. You gotta modulate it much. You just play with the numbers up here. I just go a little bit deeper and a little bit less deep, and that's it. Good enough. So, see how that works. Yep. It was so annoying it cost me a follower. Nah, that's fair. I hate sound work too. Or maybe me choking over there was also costing me a follower. That's possible too. There you go. Bet everyone's glad I added sound, huh? Why don't they ever leap? I guess they're not allowed to. I think that's actually an ability that is for a later one. And they got noise, right? I'm probably just going to grab whichever sounds are available because I have so many of them that are just weird little monster noises, and I don't know what other noises a voodoo doll is going to make. I mean, they don't typically make a noise. I don't know if you know this, but I mean, I've never met a voodoo doll that makes noise. Perhaps I'm weird for this assumption. It's entirely fair, man. I'm a little weird. I do want to play with dolls all night. Some amount of people watch me do it. So, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, there's a little bit of weird going on. It's definitely a non-zero amount of weird. Man. Made my throat less happy because of that whole choking on it thing. I don't mind sound once I start playing with it. It's just getting myself to play with the sound that is like the most obnoxious. I guess I can get the Voodoo Assassins similar noises. Why? Whoa. Maybe more like Patrick or something. Have longer ones. I'll get to the other ones later. I don't care much about them. For now, that's fine. I want to add in a bunch of sounds to all the enemies you might encounter. I really should replace those one things in their little chicken projectile. They're so stupid. I'm sure I'll end up recycling some of the voodoo dolls as time goes by. Just making better versions where they're dressed up as different things. I think that was kind of the plan. Some of them dressed as pirates and things. Not all of them, but every once in a while I have one dressed as something weird. They won't look just a pure palette swap. They'll have extra crap on them, so they're a little more bizarre, but you know, just for funsies. Can't imagine any world that I don't let the girl play dress up with her dolls. Seems kind of a thing she would do. Not like she has a lot else to do. Torment them, dress them up in funny ways. I mean, let's be real here. She doesn't really got much else. I mostly have contraptions, though, if you look. I actually use like 3 different bites. There's like an Annabelle thingy. Rainy bells. What noise do you make? That's a good question. I mean, it has to be a little female noise. That's not it. Those are those. Okay, I could probably use these for like 90% of the voodoo dolls. Whoa. I got this thing from a Humble Bundle, and it's just got like a million little dumb sounds for monsters. And that's fine. And I'm pretty certain for anyone who's not like a boss or someone important, the only noises they're going to make are little weird, pointless noises, because, you know, I just can't imagine any world I would do anything else. I think, well, I could use a thing to make them sound more higher pitched, I guess. There really aren't that many female sounding noises, which is unfortunate because I need a bunch of dolls and, you know. Gonna need something like those. I see. I'll definitely make Patrick stupid. He seems like a stupid person. Small creature? I'm definitely going to use that for when they jump in the air and try to blow themselves to bits. Because, you know, that seems perfect for, well, jumping in there and trying to blow yourself to bits. Modulators in. I didn't realize I had too many sounds for this. I should have checked to see what sounds I had before I was done with the sale, the fab sale. I bought a few things in the fab sale, but so far I've made use of 0 of them, thus making me question why I bought them. Actually, I guess I put a couple of the steampunk museum thingies in the levels, but I think over time I'll make use of a lot of them. I do. But for now... This is the Annie Bell. They have their own special attack system. So. Finds out the location. I forgot attenuation settings on these. Let's do generic noise. Oh, I didn't push this up. Seems like I do it on the other. I don't know why I moved that either after saving. Okay, it just bugs me. It's not part of that. Who am I kidding? I'll just never be okay with me. Do they even have death noises? I haven't even done the death noises either. That's an idea. Oh yeah, I want to change something on the NPCs so that they also have attenuation. I just use the same generic noise for everything. It's just easier that way. I could make it. I probably should make another one. I have a giant generic large noise for, like, you know, waterfalls and things, but I'm so mixed on noises because I'm not very good with sound design. I have very little experience with it, so putting him in there to do, like, they're like, you should layer all these sounds. I'm like, okay. I don't even know if I have that many sounds to layer, but cool. Oh wait. To the washroom where we test out all the enemies so they can hear the noises over and over and over. I think I'll have a side quest with the washroom. Or literally, or, you know, if you go over here, like, there's like a continuous quest between all of them. Well, not really quest, but just something happens if you visit all of them. No reason, just why not? The Legend of the Washroom. There'll always be optional rooms. Maybe I'll make super hard enemies in them. I don't know, bosses take a lot of time, so I'm loath to put too many bosses in a game until I've got everything that's important in the game first, and then I do that. Though to be fair, only the, like, you know, the bosses you have to fight need to be that unique. Like, regular bosses could be not that unique, it's fine. Plays it over and over. Let me put it in this order. Not like that. Not like this. Not like this. Some of these little specific attacks are kind of weird because they're not streamlined. They're just made for the one enemy. And they're not always programmed the best because some of them are really old. Really old. Like, this one's really old. One of the oldest, actually. Huh. Works for me. Is there not a do once on this anywhere? Like, really? Because there should be, if there isn't. You gonna grab that? Thanks. Is there any point where I'm gonna... Actually, they also have it uninterrupted. Once. If they're interrupted, they can do it again. Otherwise, no. Because otherwise you could just hit him straight out of it and it would be dumb. But they tend to die in one hit anyway. That might change in the future though. I might change how many hits require on things and stuff. A lot can change in like the some odd 15 months I have to finish this game. Tell me that's not a great noise. Maybe a death noise too. I mean, it works for me. Oh yeah. The same generic zombie noise I had for everything, because I just never changed it, and that's why everything made that noise never hit. But I've got cute small creatures to use. Not that one. You know, maybe that there should be like a random, they're just walking around, they just play noises. Just not always, but just sometimes they play noises. Add that to the ideas option. I don't think it's going in right now. So on combat things, they're not usually walking around though, is the problem. They're almost always just attacking you. Because of the way the encounter system works, I don't know how necessary that is. Where's the ideas at? All right, by it. Um, how many people add a noise? All the I haven't really tested sound effects that much, so I wonder how many people are gonna go, "Oh my god, this is the most irritating thing ever to listen to." Because that's kind of how sound effects often are. It's just you listen to a million sounds and they're irritating. But what can you do? Hmm. There a hit? Yeah, puke burp options, nice. What's this? It says no. Perfect for a dead noise. I'm just gonna cram this modulator and everything, by the way. I don't know if you know this. I'm just literally just gonna cram in every single one so it sounds like I have slightly different noises for all of them. That's just what we do here. It's the best hack you can ever do for noises. I'm so happy there's some female noises. That's a hit montage, not a sound cue. What's damage? That one for death. And then it hits a different one entirely. Burp puke? Really? Huh. There's a surprising number of these. $157 of these things. That actually sounds kind of cute. They're probably never going to say it, though. Well, if I make more of them, I can also just use the same noises and just dress them differently. Like, they don't have to have completely different noises. If it's the same doll dressed just differently, then chances are it's going to make similar noises, I guess. I don't know. Got nothing. Where's the noise? Bring the noise. Damaged. The little cute noises can be the most useful ones because I have so many little stupid dolls. Any contraption noises. If I got a bunch of steampunk noises, I think I can get away with just cheating on 90% of it. Probably. I've been meaning to do sound work for quite some time. Unless everyone's annoyed by it, in which case I'll just do sound work on not when I'm not streaming. You know, they play a death noise. Did it play one noise? Okay, I like all the noises now. Now that they're in the game. Works for me. Basically just need to hit a death one and any of their attacks, basically. Maybe a taunt. That's an option, enemy taunts. If they were wandering around the world, it'd be such a different story, but since they spawn in, and you're like right by them. One of the big problems I have is that it's very easy for Poppet to just run on by, right? She doesn't have to stop. She can literally just keep going. This isn't like a 2D Metroidvania where I can easily lock you in some place. Like, she could just go around. You know, like, there's no reason to stand and fight a lot of times, so most of the enemies need to be hyper aggressive, or they're not relevant. But to be fair, the encounter system does kind of just drop them nearby, but because they're dropping nearby, they're in perpetual attack mode. So there's no real taunt unless they taunt as soon as they come in. So... Alright, well, on to the next one. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about the word cannons and things like that. Those are... I have surprisingly very few enemies that aren't contraptions. Which means I need to make more contraptions. I think I'll dupe this one's thing. You say the same noise. Because I can't imagine it's going to make much difference. After all, they are just once again a doll just dressed as... You know. Something else. They actually just do more damage. There's not a big difference between them. They just have a pirate outfit and they do more damage, that's all. I found it funny. I don't need to copy inputs. Just copying that, I guess. I do want to streamline it so all the attacks are in there at some point. Trouble is, a lot of the attacks are super unique, so... And how they handle, which means that I can't streamline them into that system. Not unless I find a way to expand the system to include for some attacks that are just so... weird. Why can't I click this? That's weird. I'm just trying to make it so that this thing would auto size and fit things, and there's not even an option. Don't you suck, auto size comments? Whatever, I don't care that much. Just building this thing here. I don't care about these enemies that much either. I guess tomorrow I'm gonna have to get together a bunch of like non-contraptions so I can start adding in more dolls and things. Maybe I will try the Envy Codex so I can play with Daz. The big problem with Daz is that it takes an enormous amount of work to get the characters to work well in Unreal Engine. It makes me loath to use too many of them. Also, I only have so many outfits. So, you know, I'll have to recycle a lot of pieces of them. I only have so many weird doll skins too, so unless I'm going to make a bunch of them by hand, which I'm not opposed to doing, but I don't want to make too many, you know? Like, there's only so much time. Spending a huge amount of it on making... I mean, I probably need like 100 enemies in this game, so as you can imagine, I can't afford that much time on any particular enemy. Because if I spend too much, I mean, like... If you spend 3 days on every enemy, you know... If you spent 4 days on every enemy, then you've spent over a year on your enemies. Yeah, I have 15 months left, and I have a bunch of chapters to make too. Bunch of content, so I gotta shortcut. Many as I can. Oh, these little drummers. Do we have a noise for you? No. I'm gonna save the cute ones for female things, so I don't have many of them. So, you know. Mean Goblin. I'm using for the chicken strike. What did I play? That one. Very cute real fast in that one. I don't have the modulator up still. How unfortunate. Well, I can copy it right now. I'm just using the same modulation settings. I don't care. It's fine. I mean, I could believe a little, you know, voodoo doll that summons chickens to attack you would make noises like that. Sure. How do you know it wouldn't? Hmm. Probably needs to be like weapon swing noises and things like that. There's a lot of sound design that you can really start adding in. I mean, I recycle a lot of the when hit noises and things like that. I mean, there's a lot that could probably be fixed. Now that I think about it. Mm. Mm. A good death noise. I guess to be fair, I can also bring in a lot of characters wearing a lot less because I can also dress them up with stuff that's in the game. So I could just make them have a look to them and then go from there. I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of character design work in the future. A lot. I'd like to add at least another 5 characters to the first chapter, like 5 enemies. There's there's some number already, but there could be more. There's. It feels like some of them are seen a lot. Maybe I'm just being weird because I've played it so many times, but I guess the mini bugaboos don't make noise either. That's true. Indeed. The death noise, or that was the. That's supposed to be the death noise. Good enough. Not do a Q. Slap a modulator in there. Copy a modulator out here because apparently I can't just slap one in. Drop that on there. And drop this on here. Start the right one. Summon lots of them instead. Oh, I was already had it open. Okay, they might get really irritating if there's a lot of them. There's kind of a lot coming in here, but there's not normally this many, so. Game definitely has a different feel when they make noises, doesn't it? Definitely. Fair enough. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on any one of them because, well, as you can see, there might be a few. But the game will definitely sound a lot better with a lot more things going on, you know? Oh, I didn't add sound effect, the things to those. Let me fix that on their attack. Just so it's less annoying, you know? I can make lots of, give them lots of noises, but like I say, I'm not going to worry too much about it. There's going to be so many enemies that, whatever. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about these contraptions, how I'm gonna do their noise. I guess I have a bunch of little steampunky noises, little machines. When the last sale, I bought a bunch of these things because I knew that I was gonna probably want them. Hmm. When these things rotate, I could have them make a noise too. I wonder what your attacks look like. I don't remember. Wait, I don't use this, do I? There is a movement check. But you don't move your legs. At least I don't think you do. This is move to target. This is pipe cannon on it though. Oh, it's the pipe contraption. People are never going to accuse my game of being quiet ever again. I also have less reason to make the music so loud. Part of the reason the music is so loud is to cover up the fact that there's, well, not a lot going on. As far as, you know, other noises. Like, there's noises, but there's not that many. I could probably make it a little less loud, you know? Instead of the old RPG Maker thing where you make your music insanely loud to cover up the fact you have no sound design. I haven't played this noise when they rotate, so it's gonna think they're looking at you. But not on the attach, just when they look. Actually, I'll probably put it over here. I don't know what to do for attacks yet. I mean, they do have a wind particles play noise too, so I could play this on both actually. Face the target in the way. I mean, I don't know how many other noises they're really going to have. They're just going to turn. Oh, actually, that sounds like a death noise, actually. Maybe I'm using these wrong. Have I even played death sounds on these? I don't even know. Cram a modulator in. Hell yeah. The ugliest part is when I have to go through and include this one thing on all these files too. To make all the sound effects work, it's not going to be pleasant. Probably should already be doing it, honestly. Dump it on everyone I can. No, I didn't copy paste you, but sure. Are you gonna copy paste this or what? I need a keyboard and mouse. These suck. They don't really seem to register the keys well, which makes me think it's not their fault, that it's actually probably the Bluetooth adapter. There's not even a sound on these cannonball things. I didn't bother to add any of that in. Isn't sound work fun? You just sit there and click buttons and start looking for anything of the sort that works, and then you maybe modulate a bit and cram it on and move on. That's it. That's the whole strat. And it immediately wakes up all the sleepers on YouTube. What kind of noises can I have for this? I guess I have the Steampunk SFX collection. I didn't think about that I'd need these. Lots of weird noises. Actually, wait, what? Doesn't sound like a bad death noise either. Wait, these are already cues. I don't gotta create, a cue. I'll use that as a death noise for diff one. This one. Drag that onto there. Have to drag that onto there. One of the worst things I'm discovering is it's really hard to read what each of these things is without mousing over to get full like numbers and things. Some of them are actually not too bad, but sometimes they sound things have such long names and I can't read them without like mousing over every one of them. Actually, not with that. I actually wish they just had the option to list them by name with like a little icon next to them, as opposed to this setup. So I could see them better. Mm. I was worried I wasn't going to find anything fun to do today. That I only had like really boring polish bug fixing crap. I mean, to be fair, I did rework my map system to use the better map system and all that. It wasn't like I did nothing, but you know, still felt like I didn't do as much as I could. Okay, I'll probably still make it a short day today. And then just stream a lot more tomorrow. I'll probably get together a huge amount of models off stream unless I can get Taz working on stream. Or at least, I don't know, probably like another 4 or 5. Huge is a strong, you know, word there. Because I really don't think that I'm going to design all the attacks for a bunch of them in one day anyway. I usually design maybe a few in a day. At most. But I realized I could use more dolls. Switch to regular toys. I don't have to segregate them for each level. Like, I don't have to have only one type of doll in a certain area. You know? Like, I could have teddy bears anywhere. I do have teddy bears I can definitely use. Since I can just dress them up as whatever, and they can be all manner of different things. I think I want to do that one thing with these. You have to. I forgot how to even do the master thingy for these. I'll have to look. How did that work? I need to go through and cut out 90% of this music because I'm not going to use most of it. Most of it is kind of narrow. I literally took everything from the RPG Maker other game I had and just dumped it in here saying, oh, I kind of like these tracks. But that game was not this game. They are not the same. The subject matter was not the same. So a lot of stuff makes less sense. I don't know. I don't want to do that right now. I forgot how to do the sound master thingy. Like sound master or something. No, I don't remember. There's something you have to add to every one of the audio files so that the audio options will work. Otherwise, you can't adjust the volume of them. And it's kind of annoying. And I have largely forgotten where it was. Audio Master? I'll look it up again. Not right now. There's no point looking right now. I'm probably not going to stream more than maybe like 15 minutes at most, so. Just going to test out a lot of sounds that I was adding. Keep adding to the other ones because, well, we got to do it anyway. And it's cool when you finally test them. Honestly, I'm probably just going to recycle this. In fact, I literally just want to duplicate this. I don't need 9 million unique sounds for these things. A lot of them rotate, so If I just do this and cram this in here, I can do this. Save myself having to do that. Sadly, this was in between, so I couldn't just put those in there too and have the full Monty, but it's not terrible. I need a damage noise for you, I'm pretty certain. Also, the projectile doesn't make a noise when it fires either. It is kind of a cannon though, and it does kind of already have its own noise built in, so I don't know if I need a second noise. That might be redundant, but people are like, well, you can layer sounds. You're not wrong, but at some point, I don't think I'm going to do that to the level they want me to. Yeah. I'm just clicking all these. Actually, the clank's not terrible for damage noises. It's actually very good for damage noises. Are we gonna play that game where the keyboard doesn't want to copy paste? Fair enough. You know how great that is? One sound effect. So effective. I have no idea what that was the noise I picked. Was already an option. Guess we did the interface today too. Why is no one facing the target? Why are they rapid firing? I have so many questions on what's going on here. How are you able to do that? The hell? Like they can suddenly act even though they shouldn't be able to. You weren't having rotating issues earlier. All I did was add a sound. Apparently playing that sound is enough for them to cause problems. We did put that as a macro. Macros typically do suck. That is true. So I am not a big fan of them usually. Yeah, they're just rapid firing. I know what your problem is. You shouldn't be able to do that. Hmm. This other one kind of do that too, which makes me wonder. Oh, I closed the Puppet Master. Nice. How did you close the Puppet Master? Hmm. Yeah, I probably won't solve this tonight, but also remember to figure out what's wrong with them tomorrow. Like I said, I'll get together more minions and really get a lot more into sound design and all that crap because I got to do it. And, you know, I've been holding off. Gotta make the game good. They're just able to constantly do things. I wonder why. Could be a limitation on how fast they can act again. I think a lot of the enemies need to be toned down in general, though. Like, they're initiating attack multiple times and they should not be able to. Something has to be up with the Puppet Master itself. That's why it's happening. Because I saw it happening on a different time, too. Yeah, I think I'll just wrap it for now and write it down. Let's just be real here. It's been a long day of getting old Steam working and doctor appointments and things like that, and not the kind of day I'm looking to do an 8-hour stream. Sorry, 10-hour stream. I already did an 8-hour stream. So I mean, you know, a short day is a long day for a lot of people. Let me add that there. Don't turn. Something's definitely wrong with that. I don't know what it is. I haven't really made any changes to the Puppet Master's overall check to see if something can attack. Like, I always make changes to the, you know, actions something can take, but that's after the entire setup that dictates whether or not things can even fight. But something seems to be ignoring that. One of the checks is that you have to have the can act gameplay tag, and if you don't have that, it doesn't even bypass. And yet, somehow, even though they remove it, they're getting it back. Yeah, about that. So if I have time tonight, I will test out the AMD codec and see if I can get that working. Because if that works, then I can actually run DAS on stream. Because the biggest problem with DAS has always been that it wants to use the NVIDIA graphics card that I have, and not the AMD one, because I have one of both COVID cards, you know. So it's prevented me from being able to do that, because if I'm streaming with that graphics card and using DAS, it'll just crash the stream. I tested it many times, it just crashes the stream. So typically it's what handles all the streaming, and the AMD card handles everything else. But since DAS doesn't like the AMD card, it's never really been a thing. But when I used the AMD drivers, or sorry, the AMD streaming stuff last time, years ago, it was this horrible smeared mess. It looked so bad. Couldn't handle any kind of motion. It just was not good. So I'll have to see what happens, because if it's possible, then I'll maybe try a stream or two, switch the other way to see if it works. And if it works well, just in general, I'll just stick with that, and then I can do DAS on stream, and that's means I can make things on the way. It helps. Otherwise, well, it's just whenever I have off stream to make it. Yeah. But yeah, it's all about making more enemies at this point. More enemies, fixing some more things that just seem like they could be better. A lot of game feel improvement, I'm assuming, at this point. And that's kind of what I did today. Besides the map system, I went and redid the menus. Well, redid the HUD. So that it was better game feel, I imagine. Could add more animations and things to it, but I don't know. I don't really want to animate the HUD. That's... Maybe once I finish making it, I'll add in a bunch of animations and stuff for it. I don't know. That seems like a lot of... Probably not happening anytime soon. Maybe. It's also kind of annoying to animate something that I might change to. It's like, cool, let's make an animation. Oh, I changed it. Waste of time. Yeah. Anyway. I suppose I can see, yeah. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. About 8 hours earlier than now. For those who don't know, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like it, like what you saw, you know, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, or don't. Either way. Thanks for watching, and I'll wave goodbye to the YouTube and Kick people, and then I'll send the Twitch people off somewhere. So, bye-bye people on YouTube and Kick. See everyone tomorrow who wants to.